Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
How is everybody this morning?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, Commissioner Bird. Well, it's 9:30 in the morning. I think we'll get started. Cynthia Hall, I'm the chair of the Public Regulation Commission in New Mexico. This is Wednesday, October 31st, 2022 at 9:30, and we're opening our regular weekly meeting on Wednesdays, our open meetings, and we'll have a call to order and roll call. Judy, can you take the roll call, please?
Madam Chair, actually, I will be sitting in the general counsel seat today, so I can go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Please do.
Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
Madam Chair.
Here.
And Commissioner Byrd.
I'm a present.
Madam Chair, we have 3 commissioners present, and that is a quorum, so the meeting may proceed.
Thank you very much, Russell. Let's see, let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. How about if Mary Jane Parks does it? And Mary Jane, if you're not sure about the state of New Mexico pledge, we will help you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico in perfect
symbol.
The Zia symbol.
Zia symbol of
Perfect
perfect friendship and
United Cultures.
United Cultures.
United cultures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. This is very plucky effort there. Okay, moving on. Let's see, we'll do consideration and approval of the agenda. I think, General Counsel, do you have any changes?
Madam Chair, this is Hans Muller. I would like to remove my one item, which I think is currently number 4 in the matter of the investigation of Z-Trip. I just want to take that off consent agenda, and I'll bring it back next week.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Anything else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I see some other deletions under regular action items, item B6.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Russell was going to chime in, but that's fine. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Maestas. That needs to be removed as well. And those are the only ones I'm aware of. Does anybody else have anything else they need to remove at this time?
Actually,
Madam
Madam
Chair?
Chair, I'm sorry,
Yes.
go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
We weren't going to remove that.
That's correct.
We're going to
Commissioner
leave
Byrd
it
is
on
correct.
for discussion and potential. So it
Yes.
stays on the agenda.
Which one
Yes,
are you
Commissioner
talking?
Byrd is correct. because-
B6.
Yeah,
Oh, I see.
B6, that's the two EPE
Yeah, the
dockets
EPE.
for the amended
there
PPAs,
you go.
even though I do not have a proposed order ready.
Oh, yes, that's
Commissioner
right.
Fishman would like to briefly discuss it.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Okay, we got that cleared up. All right. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda with these changes?
So moved.
Oh, well, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but just with the one change, the removal of Z-Trip, that's, I think, the only
That's right.
change.
Oh, I see. All right. Yeah, sure. Correct. That's with one change. All right. Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. Not hearing any further discussion. Russell, can you take the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the amended agenda is approved, 4 in favor and 1 commissioner absent.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Just an FYI, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is having trouble logging in, but she's trying to get in the meeting.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. That actually just went through my mind too. She would never, I don't think she would ever be absent without us knowing. So, I assume she had technical difficulties. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to introduction of special guests. Does anybody have any special guests they want to introduce? Hearing none, well, I do. I have a new legal intern from UNM who just started. His name is Spencer Lotz, and I just wanted to introduce him to everybody. Spencer is a third-year law student this last year, and I'm very pleased to have him. He's been co-editor-in-chief of the UNM School of Law and Natural Resources Journal. He was president of the UNM Environmental Law Society. He's also been a trail builder with New Mexico Volunteers for the Outdoors. And I'm impressed with this because I used to be on moot court. He was a 2002 National Environmental Law moot court competition, round 1 preliminaries, a national competition. That's a big deal to get into those. Best oralist, which means you're the person who stands up and argues. And I've had to go through some of those myself, and it's scary and hard. So, and he, well, I could go on, but I just want to say that Spencer seemed like a really bright guy, and I'm really pleased to have him help with all that workload that we have. And I want you to give him a big welcome. Just wave at him is fine too. Spencer, do you want to say anything? You don't have to if you don't want to.
Thank you for the introduction, Madam Chairperson. Commissioners, I'm excited to be working with you all this semester and looking forward to learning more about what the PRC does and how I can help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, moving on, let's go to public comment.
Madam Chair, we do not have anyone signed up for public comment today. If there's no one that is physically present in the hearing room for public comment, we have no public comment today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, next we have consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes. These are the minutes of August 10th, 2022, open meeting, and the August 17th, 2002 open meeting. Does anybody have any changes or corrections to the open meeting minutes? Comments? Okay, hearing none, I need a motion to
Madam
approve.
Chair, I'll move the minutes for August 10th and August 17th as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Can we have the roll call, please?
Madam Chair, I think you should ask if there's any discussion.
Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
the motion was perfectly executed and seconded. I think we're ready to move.
All right. Thanks
Madam
very
Chair, I'll
much.
take the roll.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, Commissioner Fishman.
There was room for improvement in the way that motion was executed. I beg to differ. But nonetheless, I will vote aye.
Madam Chair, the vote is 4 in favor of approving the meeting minutes of August 10th and August 17th, and 1 commissioner absent.
Okay, thank you very much, Russell. All right, now moving on to consent action items. Hans, do you want to read out the captions?
Well, actually, Madam Chair,
I'll
I
defer
can
to
do that.
Russell.
I'm sorry, Russell.
That's okay.
I apologize, Russell.
Yes, I will read the captions now. Among the transportation matters on the consent action agenda are docket number 22-00205-TR-M. That's in the matter of the application of Village of Columbus for reissuance of certificate number 17527 to provide ambulance service. That is on for potential order regarding application. Then we have docket number 22-00206-TR-M in the matter of the application of Village of Magdalena, DBA Magdalena Volunteer Fire Department for reissuance of certificate number 52888 to provide ambulance service. There's also a potential order regarding application. Docket number 22-00197-TR-M. That's in the matter of the application of Eagle Nest, DBA Eagle Nest Volunteer Ambulance Service for voluntary suspension of certificate number 14994. That's for a potential order regarding reinstatement. Docket number 22-00153 was removed. That's C-Trip, so that's not on the consent agenda. So I'll go on to utility matters. Docket number 22-00222-UT in the matter of the Commission's 2022 review of impacts of the New Mexico Telecommunications Act and report to the legislature pursuant to NMSA 1978, section 63-9A-21. That's on for a potential initial order. And Madam Chair, that is, those are all of the items that are on the consent action agenda.
Thank you very much, Russell. Is there any discussion on, let's see, let's have a motion first. Do we have a motion to approve the consent action agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I will move the consent action items as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Vice Chair. Yes. Oh, good morning, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Glad you could finally.
I'm sorry.
Difficulty.
Madam Chair, to interrupt, but I've been trying to log on, but I'm on now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent action items? Hearing none. Can we have the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Burton.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the consent action agenda items are approved unanimously.
Thank you very much, Russell. Okay, now moving on to regular action items. Let's see, for transportation matters, we have none. So we'll move on to utility matters. And I think we're just going to hear some discussion on this next matter, which is 19-00099-UT and also case 19-00348-UT. In the matter of the amended application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's amended 2019 Renewable Energy Plan and 2020 Renewable Energy Plan pursuant to the Renewable Energy Act and 17.9.572 NMAC, and third revised rate number 38-RPS cost rider. In the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of long-term purchase power agreements with Hecate Energy Santa Teresa LLC, Buena Vista Energy LLC, and Canutillo Energy Center LLC. This was originally put on the agenda as a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's verified motion for expedited approval of amendments to two purchase power agreements. Potential order concerning, it pertains also to a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's motion for leave to file reply. So I think we're just going to have a discussion on this today, and I understand Commissioner Fishman would like to have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Really, this is probably mostly just a message out to El Paso Electric. We got this application, and it kind of came out of the blue without any warning. And, I think a couple of the stakeholders, interveners, commented on that, and we're very critical of that. And yeah, it makes it a lot tougher for the commission when that happens. And we have a couple of interveners that also looked at it, apparently had no problem with it. The process that El Paso Electric described for getting the adjustments to the prices sounded good. The problem is, in looking at this application, they described the evidence, but they didn't present the evidence. So they talked about El Paso Electric talked about the help they had from E3 in deciding how to model, but they didn't show us any of that modeling or any of the information from E3. They talked about their RFP that they had done that showed that the deal they negotiated or the renegotiated was favorable and better than the market, but I didn't see any presentation of bids from the RFP. So we're just kind of at a point where it's sort of take our word without presenting it. And I think that's a big part of why a couple of folks protested. And if you want to get something expedited, at least give us a complete filing. And procedurally, I think the city of Las Cruces also presented the idea that essentially by rushing this as much as EPE would like to rush this, we're essentially denying due process to stakeholders, their ability to review what's going on and ask questions. I'll say that on its face, what El Paso Electric has done looks like it's something that might merit approval and quick approval. But guys, please help us out. We don't want to deny anyone due process. And you can't just talk about the evidence, you need to present it. And so I hope you all do that quickly. I think you all understand exactly what it is the stakeholders need to see. And, if it's all as you describe, personally, I would be happy to move this quickly. Please help us do that if that's what's needed. And so I just wanted to get that message out to El Paso Electric.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. That was very well put. In another life, you must have been a judge. Every lawyer knows if you want to have a judge rule your way, make it easy for them. And I totally agree with what you've said. We need to have the arguments fleshed out and responded to that are brought up by other parties. So is there any other discussion on this matter before we move on?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in addition to that, and I'm not disagreeing with what Commissioner Fishman just said, but at least from my perspective, with the anticipation that we may be seeing shortfalls on energy in the coming year, it really isn't that long coming year, that we need to make sure that any additional power available is in our system. And so we want to make sure that the commission's doing everything we can to approve new systems. But as Commissioner Fishman said, we just need all the information so that we can make that determination. And we realize, or at least I realize, what the timeline is based on what I've been seeing. So it is to try and get it approved for New Mexico use has to happen pretty quick. So we just need to get that information so that we can do a hearing, and maybe this is a place where we do a commission body hearing in order to move it along. But anyway, I want to make sure we're also aware of the timeline that it has been put out there. And yeah, I'm never like these fast timelines because, we're from the government.
And we're here to help.
Exactly. So, but I mean, the reality is our staff needs time to digest the information and work through it, and they're busy as heck. And so we're asking our staff to throw this on top of what they're already doing in a short time frame. And so we as commissioners are very aware of our staff's time as well, and the fact that they're working hard to do what they're doing already. So I'm going to put a plug in here that in order to help the commission help you more, make sure that our budgets are approved and pushed for more better paid staff members. And then that helps situations like this. So with that, Madam Chair, I think I am done for now.
Great. I appreciate your comments too, Commissioner Byrd. All right. Anybody else have any comments before we move on? Yes, Teresa, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think we're going through a time of trying to understand where the utility companies are coming from and why they are submitting applications to be expedited. While I was reading the material before the meeting, I think the commissioners that are sitting on the board today are trying to fulfill the obligation of the ETA. And my sense is that the utility companies are coming before the commission with these type of applications because my belief is that it will be more complicated with the new year in 2023. I think we should be creative and readjust how these applications are presented before the commission. We are approaching the last 3 months of our current term. And I think we need to start thinking about having public hearings for all parties to be at one place. I don't know how the next commissioners are going to handle these type of cases. What I read in a recent document within the last 24 hours is that whoever is appointed, they're going to be earning $180 an hour. And I want, since that is a public document, I want the public to know that the next set of commissioners are rolling up their sleeves, and these type of applications may be sort of shifted to the bottom of the list, or it could be turned down. So I want to open the door for the utility companies such as El Paso Electric to come to the table along with all the other parties and allow our general counsel's office to guide us in that direction. That's my sense of, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Fishman.
Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to, I had a discussion with General Counsel, and I threw out an idea saying, well, what happens if we approved the contracts, but then allowed the other issues that have been raised by the interveners to go on in this and basically say, we can still do a prudence review on this maybe. And General Counsel got back to me and said, no, we really can't do that. Because as Commissioner Byrd said, this is something we really want to get the capacity in place if we can, as quickly as possible. But what I'd like to do, ask General Counsel to do, is please for next week, I guess, when we'll hopefully have this on the agenda, put together some ideas for how we can do an expedited full hearing. I don't see how you cannot have a hearing once you've had people protest. You have to give them due process. Mm-hmm. And I don't think, as I read the City of Las Cruces' submission, I don't see how you can deny them due process. You have to go through it. I don't think they want to hang things up unnecessarily any more than anyone else. So anyway, any suggestions that we have for when this item next comes on the agenda, I would love to get some suggestions from General Counsel and the hearing examiners about how we can do this quickly and still fulfill all the due process requirements. But of course, none of that happens unless El Paso Electric gets all the information in front of people that they need. And I don't have to describe to them what that is. It's pretty clear from their own arguments in their application. where they haven't provided the actual evidence. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other comments by any commissioners?
Madam Chair.
I just wanted to affirm, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm trying to interrupt. I just wanted to affirm in response to Commissioner Fishman, yes, I will do that for the next open meeting. I'm not sure the next open meeting is next week, though. The next week is the week of Labor Day. I'm not sure what the commission's fine.
Well, so far we have been treating it as if we will not have a meeting then. I mean, we've already put it on the calendar, as Commissioner Byrd mentioned last week.
Okay. So it'll be the following week that I'll bring it back. Commissioner Byrd, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Fishman's request.
Right.
Yes.
It's fine, Mr.
Commissioner
Fish.
Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question for Russell anyway. Would it be appropriate or permissible for Jim Schistel from EPE to make comment right now?
Commissioner Byrd, no, it would not. That would be basically an ex-party communication, because even though this is on the agenda, no other party would have been notified that
That's why I
parties were allowed to speak. It's usually just a presentation by our matters are usually just a presentation by the OGC to the commission. And so also they would not have had an opportunity to prepare and respond. And this is not a hearing. So whatever Mr. Schistel said would not be, could not be considered by the commission as for its factual content, because it would not be testimony.
Okay, so no.
So no.
All right. Thank you, Madam
The
Chair.
short answer is no, but I had to give the long lawyerly answer first because that's what I do.
Thank you, Russell, and thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other discussion before we move on? Hearing none, let's go on to the next item on the agenda. And this is item number 20-00104. There's a typo on the agenda. It calls it 00014, but that's not the number. It's 20-00104. And it's in the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to advice notice number 268. Russell Fisk is going to be presenting a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's petition for variance from final orders requirements regarding time of day rate reporting and shortfall recovery. So Russell, could you please
Yes, Madam
proceed?
Chair, you are correct. There is an error on the agenda. The caption of the case is correctly stated. This is El Paso's most recent rate case, but the docket number, there was an error in entering that on the agenda. It should actually be 20-00104 UT. I believe we can carry forward, though. That's not an Open Meetings Act violation, because the full caption of the describing the case is on the agenda. So I think so my opinion is that's properly noticed.
Thank you very much for that explanation. Would you like to proceed with the case now?
Yes.
Discussion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will do so. So this comes before the commission on EPE's petition for a variance. EPE requests a variance from the August 23rd, 2022 deadline set in the commission's order adopting recommended decision with modifications. There is a final order in the rate case. The August 23rd deadline, which has of course already passed, was a deadline for EPE to do the following three things. One, to request recovery of any shortfall of its approved revenue requirement that may have been caused by bill savings achieved by customers who elected the time of day rate options adopted in the final order. And I'll go into some more detail about that in a moment. The second thing that was part of this deadline was that EPE would report on time of day rate adoption. How many customers had adopted what is a voluntary time of day rate that was adopted in the rate case. And three, August 23rd was a deadline to propose any revisions to the time of day rate design in light of EPE's experience since the final order was issued with this new time of day rate design. That was adopted in the final order. The proposed order that I have drafted would deny the petition. I'll go into the reasons why. As I said, that deadline has already passed. An EPE has failed to file a request for recovery of any shortfall and has failed to propose any revisions to the time of day rate design. So it failed. EPE failed to do two of the three things. EPE did file a preliminary report on adoption of time of day rates on August 23rd. So they did comply, or they call it a preliminary report, but it is a report on adoption. So that would seem to satisfy one of the three requirements for the August 23rd deadline. So let me just give a brief summary of what we're talking about here. The time of day rates that were discussed in the rate case, there was a proposal for time of day rates, which are also called, you may have heard them called time of use rates. These are rates designed to incentivize ratepayers to shift their use of electricity away from peak hours, which is for El Paso Electric being in the southern part of New Mexico, the afternoon, and particularly in the summer when air conditioning usage is very high. So the time of day rates encourage or incentivize customers to move their use from away from the peak to non-peak hours. And EPE the commission had ordered EPE to provide a time of day rate design in this rate case. They had in the last EPE rate case, the commission's final order included a requirement that EPE submit a design for time of day rates. And EPE did that, but the hearing examiner did not recommend adoption of EPE's time of day rates mostly because the time of day rates were not sufficiently didn't provide sufficient incentives to customers to voluntarily enter that rate class. As I said, it's a voluntary set of rates, and didn't once within the time of day rate class, there wasn't enough variation to really encourage shifting of use from peak to from on peak to off peak. And the commission in its final order adopted that recommendation fully. The commission, I don't recall if the commission actually made some additional changes. I believe though the commission simply adopted it fully. Excuse me. Along with that, the commission set a deadline, which was the deadline that had been set by the hearing examiner, or recommended by the hearing examiner, of August 23rd of this year, to accomplish those three things. Let the commission know how the adoption of the rates was going, and let EPE could recover any shortfall. Because one of the main differences between what EPE had proposed for its time of day rates and what the hearing examiner recommended was that EPE had recommended a revenue neutral set of time of day rates. And by revenue neutral, they meant that shifting from the regular, for example, residential class to the time of day rate residential class would not result in an overall loss of revenue to the company. In other words, any shortfall from the revenue requirement. And the hearing examiner had recommended in her order that basically it stated that, well, because the point of time of day rates, the purpose is to shift a shift away from peak usage of electricity, and incentivize people to do that by giving them lower bills, by having a resultingly lower bill to do that, then time of day rates that are successful should result in lower bills. In other words, should result in non-revenue neutrality. I'll put it that way. And so that's one of the reasons why the hearing examiner rejected EPE's proposal and imposed one that could very well result in a shortfall. So that's I'll move on from the description of time day rates, but so that's why. Yeah, but I think that helps you understand why there were these deadlines. This one deadline with these three types of three things for EPE to do. It's because there could be a shortfall, and this was a new set of rates, et cetera. Okay, so moving on. On August 12th, 11 days before the August 23rd deadline, EPE filed its petition for a variance from that deadline, seeking a variance that would move the August 23rd deadline to March 17th of next year, on the grounds that EP would have a more comprehensive and robust set of data. I'm actually quoting from the petition now, including a complete summer peak season on which to base the requested petition. That's the petition for to recover any shortfall, report on time of day adoption, and recommendations with regard to the design. In EP's petition, they go through the variance requirements for the requirements in the Commission's rule of procedure for applying for a variance. The requirements, I won't go into those. And I discussed the revenue neutrality. Sorry, I'm moving to page 2 of the memo now, trying to speed it up a little. EPE states in the petition that it intends to file the petition report and proposals, but requests variance as the deadline falls in the middle of the time of day summer peak season. EPE further states that its time of day peak period is June through September. EPE argues that with the new rates having taken effect in June 2022, EP will have only a limited opportunity to enlist voluntary participants in optional time of day rates for the whole period. EP concludes that delaying the deadline to March 17th would allow for consideration of data for a full year of new rates, as well as a complete summer peak season. And EP also refers to the pending appeal of the Commission's final order. This August 23rd deadline was set in the Commission's final order by incorporation by reference of the portions of the recommended decision that were adopted by the Commission. And this order is on appeal Supreme Court right now. There's going to be oral argument actually in September. EPE states that with regard to that appeal, that the pending appeal may have divested the Commission of jurisdiction. They don't develop that argument a whole lot, and I'm going to discuss that separately in a moment in the context of the arguments, the response to that was raised by the city of Las Cruces. The petition states that staff does not oppose this petition. The Office of the Attorney General takes no position. The city of Las Cruces opposes the petition and filed a response, and no other parties to the rate case provided a position. The petition is supported by the declaration of James Schiestel, VP of Regulatory and Governmental Affairs. As I said, EPE did file on August 23rd a preliminary report on the degree to which the time of day rates have been adopted voluntarily by EPE customers. So I'll move on to the city of Las Cruces' opposition. This was the only response filed to the petition. The city of Las Cruces opposes the petition, first arguing that the petition is untimely, noting that there was only one regularly scheduled commission open meeting between the time that the petition was filed and the August 23rd deadline. And commissioners, you probably recall that the Friday before the last open meeting, last week's open meeting, I sent an email to the commissioners saying that I just received this petition, that EPA had not actually requested expediting of it, but that there would be only one open meeting before the deadline passed, but that I recommended the commission not expedite it because EPA didn't ask for expediting of the petition, and because other parties to the rate case should really have the full amount of time, 13 days under the commission's rules of procedure to respond. So that's why this is coming before the commission after the August 23rd deadline has passed. The city notes again that, as I mentioned, that it was filed only 11 days before the deadline. And the city goes on to argue that the grounds that are stated by EPE, which I just described, that an August 23rd deadline won't allow for a full year of information or a full summer of information. Those have been known ever since the final order was issued. EP doesn't cite any newly arising circumstances that caused EPE to ask for a variance from this deadline 11 days before the deadline. Those arguments, in fact, were actually made in exceptions to the commission's or just to the recommended decision. All of those arguments could be made back then, and they weren't actually made by EPE. The arguments concerning needing a full year of information, et cetera, they were made by, interestingly enough, the city and another party, Yellowbird Services. And the commission actually rejected those exceptions. So the grounds that EPE is raising have been known to EPE since the rate case, were raised by other parties and have already been rejected by the commission. This is the city opposes on those bases that nothing has arisen that should cause the commission to consider issuing a variance to delay that August 23rd deadline. With regard to the question of whether the pending appeal has divested the commission of jurisdiction, first of all, the city says, this order, first of all, the final order is effective. And if EPE didn't want to have to face these deadlines while the appeal was pending, they should have sought a partial stay of the final order, not a variance from the commission. A partial stay from the commission, not a variance from the commission from the order, and the EPE did not. So the final order remains in effect. But in response to EP's argument that the commission may have lost jurisdiction to rule upon any request to recover the shortfall while the appeal is pending, the city argues that the commission has not lost jurisdiction. The city cites a case I've often cited to the commission, which is Kellyan number 102, et cetera, which is a Supreme Court case from 1992 that clarifies the scope of issues on which the commission is divested of jurisdiction, or any lower court is divested of jurisdiction when it matters on appeal. And it's not that every matter it's not that the commission is divested of jurisdiction on everything concerning the case. It's limited as to what the commission is divested of. The city quotes the court's clarification of the general guideline. The general guideline is that it was often stated that the commission, that a lower court or agency loses jurisdiction over the matter, period. But the court clarified that a pending appeal does not divest the lower court or agency, in this case, to take further action regarding the order on appeal when the action will not affect the judgment on appeal or the order on appeal, and will instead, when the further action enables the lower court to carry out or enforce the judgment. So because the order has not been stayed, it's in effect. And as long as the commission doesn't change the content of the order, the substantive content of the order that's on appeal, then the commission can take action to, make it effective, such as deadlines that come up, forcing deadlines, et cetera. The city concludes that a pending appeal does not cause a lower court or agency to lose jurisdiction to conduct further proceedings to carry the judgment into effect. And the city goes on to recommend that the commission issue an order to show cause to EPE, arguing that certain statements in the petition indicate that EPE delayed implementing the new time of day rates until June 2022, whereas the final order actually was issued, I think, in July 2021. I'll just go ahead and say that I don't recommend that the commission act on this request for an order to show cause, because it's not, the city has included it in their response, and a response should not request relief. The city would have to file a motion supported by facts and attested to in affidavits, and the city hasn't done that. So the city can't request any relief. It can only oppose EPE's request for relief. So the proposed order that I've drafted would have the commission find that the pending appeal has not divested the commission of jurisdiction to consider the petition. It would concur in the city's interpretation of Kellyanne, except that the city actually dropped a footnote in their response saying that ruling upon the petition would raise serious questions about the commission's jurisdiction. See, there are two different questions here: whether the commission can rule upon the petition moving the deadline, and which the city actually, the city is essentially saying that moving the deadline would raise serious questions about the commission's jurisdiction, which I completely disagree with. That's inconsistent with the city's own interpretation of what Kellyanne means. So the commission, I'm saying that the commission can go forward with this, with a decision on this petition for a variance. Whereas the other issue that EPE was saying the commission may have lost jurisdiction on is whether the commission may consider now, while the appeal is still pending, a request for recovery of a shortfall by EPE. That's one of the things that was due in this August 23rd deadline. What EPE was saying is that another reason for moving the deadline for that request to March of next year is that the appeal may be finished by then, and there'll be no question of having lost jurisdiction. And I would say, with regard to both these issues, whether the commission can consider this petition and whether the commission can consider a request for a shortfall while the appeal is pending, that the commission can do both those things, because those are things that are in the order, and they're part of carrying out the order. So the commission can do both of those things. The proposed order would go on to say that, having decided that the commission may consider the petition, the proposed order would have the commission find that it should be denied. The proposed order would reject EP's argument that the commission has been divested of jurisdiction, et cetera, over any request for shortfall, and would agree with the city, would have the commission concur in the city's argument that the final order has not been stayed, so it remains in effect. And then going on to the substance, the proposed order would have the commission further concur with the city that there's no other potential justification or excuse for EPE's delay, no potential justification or excuse for EPE's delay in seeking the variance. There's no recent event that should have prompted it to, that EPE mentions, that should have prompted it to seek this relief right before the deadline. And as the city notes, the arguments upon which EPE relies could have been raised in exceptions, were actually raised by parties other than EPE way back in 2021, and have been rejected already by the commission. The proposed order would not address, as I said, the city's request for an order to show cause, as that would require a motion of its own. And then as I noted my memo, I think at the top, I've drafted a proposed order that simply denies the petition, but the commission may want to include other language in the commission, such as the commission may want to set a new deadline, maybe not as far out as March as requested, because then you'd be granting the petition. But because they've already missed the deadline, the commission might give them a short deadline to file a request for shortfall, and any proposals or recommendations for changes to the TOD rate design. Or the commission could simply say that, having missed the deadline for absolutely no good reason, that EPE has waived any right that it may have had under the final order to request any shortfall that it may have suffered during this period up to this time, up to August 23rd. And the commission could include that language. The commission could also include penalties, monetary penalties, for an unjustified and unjustifiable, really, as far as I can see, disobedience of the commission's final order in the rate case. So those are things that the commission could consider, adding to this order, that things that flow from a denial of the petition. I think I've covered everything. Sorry, that was a bit long-winded, but I can take any questions if the commission has any questions.
Madam Chair?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, Commissioner Fishman. Please proceed.
Yeah. To me, the issue here is much deeper than the fact that they're late filing a report. I do appreciate that El Paso Electric gave us at least the preliminary information on how many people signed up. My recollection is that there are approximately 90,000 residential customers in EPE's New Mexico residential jurisdiction. And if I'm reading their report correctly, a total of 27 customers have signed up for this program. I think 10 new customers and 17 from the existing customer pool from this, when this was done. And of course, it's been 14 months or 15 months since the order came down on this. And the program that was put together literally guarantees that anybody who signs up for this program cannot lose money compared to what their bill would have been did they not sign up for this program. It's a no-lose situation. And I don't know how, with 14 months of effort and 90,000 customers and a no-lose deal, you can only end up with 27 signing up. This has to be the worst marketing effort in human history. And I can't conclude, but it sure looks like El Paso Electric has not acted in good faith in an effort to implement a program. With 27 people, you can't tell me there's a time of day program. And with 27 people, whatever analysis you do, I don't know that it's statistically significant. And I think the bigger issue here is El Paso Electric is at the very least dragging its feet. And I would actually use much stronger language. They've just dug in their heels and they don't want to do a legitimate time of use program. And this has been true throughout the years. I don't think they've ever had more than 100 people sign up for any of their time of day or time of use programs. And I think they're just really happy about that. So I think that the commission should be considering actions that make El Paso Electric take its obligation to consumers here seriously. Because I can think of a bunch of ways that you can make a very attractive marketing proposition to customers, and you'd get a bunch of people signing up. I think one other thing is my recollection, and I haven't reread this, is that when companies do time of day programs that are opt-in, they don't have terrifically high adoption rates, but my recollection was 1% to 2% from what I saw in the rate case. And, you know, even if it had been at that level, that would have been something like 900 to 1,800 people signing up for this TOD rate. And so once again, this has to be the worst marketing effort of all time. And this is a particularly favorable TOD rate that's being offered because, again, the customer's indemnified against any loss against what their bill would have been. So anyway, I'd look for general counsel's advice on actions we can take, not just in this specific area, but actions we can take, get El Paso Electric to take the need for these kinds of programs seriously, both in terms of managing demand, but also in terms of giving customers an opportunity, well-deserved opportunity, to save on their bills. So anyway, those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Commissioners, other comments? It's a pretty fraught case. Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I think General Counsel gave us some options, but I think it's up to us to decide, you know, what else, you know, we'd like to include in this order beyond just a denial.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not keen on the penalties option at this point, but perhaps if General Counsel can go into greater detail and raise distinctions between the options presented for adding additional language and actions in the order.
What's that thought? Sure. Russell, could you go explain a little bit more about the concepts that you presented, including you did mention penalties, and you also mentioned that action the commission could take pertaining to deciding that the company had waived its right to a return or waived its right to protect, I guess, its revenues against a shortfall arising from, I guess, a future plan. I'd like to understand more how that waiver works myself. And I'd also like to hear you comment on whether or not an opt-in program would be something that we could require, because in my opinion, I think it's just well understood that opt-out is what I mean to say. Opt-in programs, I think, are understood to not produce much participation at all. And whereas opt-out programs are very successful and customers are generally very pleased with them. So I'd like to hear any comment you might have on those remedies that you were describing.
Yes, Madam Chair, and responding to what you said, Commissioner Mastis, and also Commissioner Fishman, I mentioned that the commission could find that the EPA has waived any right to request any shortfall that may have arisen as a result of adoption of time of day rates because by having missed the deadline without without any real justification. And I mentioned that because the commission did set a deadline of August 23rd for that request. And it does seem appropriate this is a policy choice for the commission, but it does seem appropriate that having missed that deadline, they have missed the opportunity. Because as Commissioner Fishman noted, the adoption rates have been so low, there are only 27 enrollees or people who have adopted the rates. Any shortfall is probably quite small because the bill savings that have been achieved by 27 people would not be all that great, but it would still, be a way of enforcing, the commission's order to say, well, you didn't make that deadline, so you can't ask for that period, EPE. I think that seems appropriate. And like I said, it won't be any large amount we have shortfall. Penalties, I think the commission could consider monetary penalties because this is very much, like I said, an unjustified, intentional decision not to obey a commission order based on, nothing, no exigent circumstances, nothing new, nothing, things that were known at the time, arguments that were made by other parties at the time and already rejected by the commission. And EPE comes to us with those same arguments now, 11 days before the deadline. So I think it would be a somewhat moderate amount because this is, this doesn't, it's a significant, disobedience of a commission order. I wouldn't recommend, a $100,000 penalty, which is something that would be allowed for egregious. That's a limit for an egregious disobedience of a commission order under the Public Utility Act. The commission has from $100,000 to $100,000 that it can impose as a penalty, and I certainly wouldn't be recommending something so high as 100,000. The commission could even ask staff for recommendation on something like that, or an EPE would to weigh in. But or the commission could use sort of like in the Rosa joint venture case, penalties, like an ongoing penalty, a daily accruing penalty against EPE until it files. The two things that we're still awaiting are the request for shortfall. So you wouldn't want to apply to that if you were going to say the commission, that it's been waived. And the other thing would be any recommendations for time of day rates. The commission could also say that's been waived, that we won't consider any, the commission won't consider any proposals for changing time of day rates, this year maybe, or probably not for, I don't think the commission would say forever, but you could say that's been waived. We're not gonna, you had your opportunity on August 23rd to propose changes to time of day rates, and EPE, you didn't do it. So you've waived that. Probably not, I don't think the commission want to do that permanently because these time of day rates may be in place for decades or something similar, or maybe only till the next rate case. But you could certainly say, the commission could say that, these will remain in place until the next rate case. We won't hear any, you've waived any right to propose changes. So that's also something the commission could do. Because then now that I think of it, there really isn't, with both of those items, because those are both things where the EPE might seek, one seek shortfall, one seek changes to the rates. Those are two things that benefit them. I think declaring a waiver on those makes more sense than imposing like a monetary penalty each day to encourage them to file it. I think I would say, because those are more for their benefit, and I would say it'd be appropriate for the commission to say, well, you've waived that. You've waived any shortfall that may have occurred during this period, at least, and you've waived any right to request interim changes to these rates. Of course, they can request changes in the next rate case, but the commission could just say, we're not gonna, you had the opportunity to recommend changes to these rates and you didn't do it on August 23rd. So you can do it in your next rate case, but that's it.
But let me follow up on that, Russell. The rates that we're talking about is the time of day rate that's an opt-in program, right?
Yes, it is. Yes. And I'm sorry, I didn't address your comment.
That's true, you didn't, but you can in a moment. But my point would be that since opt-in performs there's such low performance generally from consumers to opt in because they usually don't understand and they're not getting educated well enough about its benefits is what's generally understood to be why opt-in doesn't perform nearly as well as opt-out. That really wouldn't be much of a penalty or punishment to the company for having delayed. Even if they continue with the time of day rates they've got right now, it's going to impact so few consumers because you would expect to see a continuation of that low rate of opt-in, that it wouldn't have much of a punitive impact on the company.
Right, exactly. The shortfall is probably quite small, given that there were only 27 people who signed up. Look, I would mention though, Commissioner Fishman had alluded to the fact that customers may not be aware. I think Commissioner Fishman just tried to make any customers who are listening aware of what a good deal this is in terms of, because it's not revenue neutral as EPE's proposal was. It guarantees that people who move over into who opt in will, even if they don't change any of their behavior and shift off peak, just do the same as they use as they always have been, will not see an increase. There won't be some kind of penalty for failing to shift use, and there's just a reward if they do. So it's a very attractive time of day rate, because sometimes time of day rates also, on a net basis might result in a higher rate when someone moves over if they fail to take the actions to move their use off peak. But this one doesn't. This one, even if there's no change in use, you're not going to the person opting in would not pay anymore. And then if they do shift their use, they'll see some big savings. Do I have that right, Commissioner Fishman? Is that the point you were making?
Yeah.
And so it's, I think Commissioner Fishman is saying that EPE may not have, really sort of advertised this or informed the customers to the extent that they should have, because we should then we should have expected to see a lot more than 27.
And Russell, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can go ahead.
It's also, it's not just risk-free for the customer, it's risk-free for EPE, because, what their whole petition is about is basically setting up a regulatory asset that, if my recollection is correct, that would essentially allow EPE to collect the revenue shortfall from TOD participation across, as a rider, across the entire customer base, so that the net impact is that TOD users who are saving peak usage on the system would be paying lower rates, while the full customer base that is not saving or using the TOD rates and not cutting back their peak usage would experience a slight increase from the rider. So EPE doesn't suffer from implementing this at all. And, I'm not going to speculate on motivations. But certainly it's good for the system if we have people watching out for their peak usage. And certainly it's good. We're just talking about, El Paso Electric looking for this expedited approval of resources because of potential shortfalls. Well, this is one way to address the shortfalls. Why aren't you expediting this? So I find El Paso Electric's behavior on this one not just inadequate, but expressly against the public interest. I don't know how else to interpret it, and why they would be rushing one thing on the supply side and get nothing done on the demand side makes no sense at all. And other than they're worried about profits or they're worried about the program succeeding and having to do more demand response, which limits their investment in assets. So we need to see equal efforts on both sides here.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. You're finished, right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I just.
No. I blabbered too long already.
No, I don't think so. Okay, Russell, I wanted to follow up on one more point myself on the opt-in program rather than an opt-out program, which would, I think, accelerate participation in the program. Is there any barrier to us ordering the company to conduct an opt-in program going forward, since they obviously had no success with conducting an opt-out program, since they obviously, with their preliminary data anyhow, did not have success with their opt-in program?
Madam Chair, in that case, the pendency of the appeal would operate as a bar to that, because that would be changing the substance of the final order on appeal. It would be changing the nature of the time of day rate option. Whereas, this, granting the petition or considering granting this petition or not, or moving this deadline, if the commission had done that, as I was saying, that would be carrying out the order, just as considering a request if EPE had filed a request for shortfall, would also be carrying out the terms of the order. But what the commission does lose jurisdiction on during the pendency of the appeal is the ability to change the substance of the order, because that's what the court is considering. And in fact, time of day rate issue is something that EPE appealed on the basis that it involves piecemeal rate making. And I'll get to that point, because I would like to modify something I said earlier. And also that it was contrary to them recovering their revenue requirement. Well, of course, they have the opportunity to recover through a shortfall. So through requesting a shortfall. So, but I liked those. The TOD, time of day rate issue in general, the substance of it is on appeal. Like I said, the taking an action to enforce it, the things that are already in the order is okay, but changing the nature of the time of day rate option is not while it's pending. And so I should clarify something I said earlier, which is that though I would say the commission could consider requests to recover any shortfall that has resulted during this period, I would not recommend the commission consider actually making any changes to the rates, because as I said, the third thing that EPE was supposed to do by that deadline was propose changes to the rates. But we couldn't implement. The commission could consider them, but couldn't implement them until the appeal was over. And that part of the argument is that would be piecemeal rate making. Because time of day rates are of a different nature than other rates, because they actually affect how much is collected. Most rates are designed to collect a revenue requirement. This one is designed time of day rates are designed to result in bill savings and incentivize less usage. So it's a very different category of rates, and it's vulnerable to an argument that it's piecemeal rate making, but there are good reasons to adjust to time of day rates as things go along. So I don't know how the court will come out on that, but I wouldn't recommend actually changing the rates while the appeal is pending, because the appeal should be done, I think, by next year, given that we're having oral argument. Maybe not by March of next year, might be late in the year, but so I wouldn't recommend making this change. But EP still could have filed recommendations, just that would not be considered until after the appeal is finished. But EP really didn't focus on that part of it in their petition anyway. They were really focused on the request for a shortfall, and that is something definitely the commission could consider, because that's already in the final order. I'm sorry if this is confusing. It's quite a welter of different things coming together here. But one thing I can say in response to what Commissioner Fishman has said, the commission could ask EPE how it informed, could ask to see the materials that were used to inform customers of the opt-in. Of the time of day rates. I don't know. I'd have to look back at the RD to see if the hearing examiner actually recommended any particular type of notice or bill stuffer. I don't think so, but we could review. The commission could review that, see what was actually communicated and how to customers.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. And Russell, if we could write an order requesting that information, is that something we could do single signature, or how would we go about that?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman, that could be done single signature, or it could be added to this order, because it really flows from this order. But it could be, I could add that easily to this order. It'd be very simple language, or I could do a single signature bench request.
Well, maybe, if other commissioners are okay with it, adding it to this order would be fine. If not, we could do a later single signature. But I would propose that as an amendment, because quite frankly, I think that if you sent out a bill to a customer and in that bill you had a little notice about TOD rates and said you can't lose any money, and oh, by the way, if you signed up for TOD rates, you would have potentially saved this much on your bill, and you would have saved this much more if you lowered your thermostat 3 or 4 degrees. I mean, if you sent out that kind of notice, it seems to me you might get a lot more. You'd get some response, not the zero response that we've seen. And so it just seems to me, just being a little creative, we could get a lot more action in this whole sphere.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Maestas, Vice Chair Maestas.
on those same lines, I think maybe we ought to request the actual marketing plan and any recommendations for enhancing participation beyond just what information is provided to ratepayers to attract them to participate in the TOD rates. So maybe if Commissioner Fishman's agreeable with that, I think maybe that ought to be our tact here is, how can we make this better? Because I agree with Commissioner Fishman, that's a pretty low participation rate for a rate design that is beneficial to ratepayers. And then, Madam Chair, if I may, I think, in thinking about the options that OGC presented, I think that, what this response from our agency is about is basically, indicating that the right to claim a shortfall has been waived. And so I would add that language under number 23 in the draft order. And then under it is therefore ordered, we could add the language consistent with what Commissioner Fishman and I are requesting in the way of information provided to ratepayers and perhaps a marketing plan with recommendations for improving participation in the TOD rates. I don't know, Russell, if that would materially change the final order. The marketing plan.
Commissioner Fishman, Commissioner Myers says all of those recommendations would be fine. They're carrying out the final order and is essentially enforcing it, the terms that are already there, and dealing with the fact that this deadline has not been met, which involves carrying out the provisions of the order. So that would be, that's perfectly acceptable. The commission has not lost jurisdiction to do those things.
So anyway, Madam Chair, those would be my recommendations for added language to the proposed draft order.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. I guess I'd like to weigh in here a little bit too. I'm fine with that, although I really, and I think we should demand all the information we can get from the company about why they've been such a scofflaw here. But I'm actually quite unhappy with their obvious disregard for what they needed to have been doing and didn't do, and then come up with this pittance of information as if they actually went through a real process. And I think they show that they know what a process looks like, and they can generate a tiny bit of data. But I share Commissioner Fishman's feelings that this is basically just a complete disregard of what we envisioned them doing and what I believe they understood that we envisioned that they should be doing. And I don't think this is their first rodeo either. I think there was a time when this company in the past was had embarked on an effort to do time of use rates. And my memory's not perfect, but I think I recall that there was another time when this kind of endeavor did not bear fruit, and for reasons that related to, and we looked at the marketing plan then, we looked at to whom they sent the information and who seemed to respond. This was a demand response program. I think it was another kind of a, program that would just involve your thermostat being turned down a little bit every day. So, and it did not have adequate participation either. So frankly, we can look at the information about how they designed their marketing plan, but I think as long as it's an opt-in, you're never going to get much performance from that type of program. You can look at it, but I would encourage commissioners to also study the information that's out there about opt-out programs, because I think it's been shown that, customers have to think too much about whether or not they're going to be able to benefit from the program. They tend to lose interest, but see what you can learn from looking at that other information. I think unless they're opt-in programs, it's hard for the marketing effort to be somehow successful. And I guess it depends on how it's designed. But in any case, I wouldn't oppose that at all. But I also think we need to do something here rather than just study their marketing plan. And if we're seeking very much information, I begin to think maybe we should on our own do an order to show cause. But again, that's a lot of extra work and with not much to show for it. I think maybe a penalty in this case would be the most effective method for letting the company understand that we want to see real cooperation here in this energy transition. And as Commissioner Fishman said, why would they only push the supply side and not take advantage of all the value in demand response that exists out there? And it doesn't even have to hurt their bottom line. So I think unless the bottom line is affected with, or unless there's some sort of monetary impact on the company, I don't think they get the message. This is not the first time this company has done this sort of thing. And frankly, I'm beyond being disappointed. I'd like to take some meaningful action. Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, Madam Chair, first of all, I totally support Commissioner Maestas in his recommendations for amendments to the order. I think they're well thought through. Secondly, I wanted to ask Russell, would it be possible for us to order a opt-out proposal in the next rate case for EPE?
Commissioner Fishman, yes. The commission does often on other dockets, other than the docket in which the eventual rate case is filed, impose requirements upon the company for what to include in their next rate case. And the commission could include that. It would be essentially what you'd be ordering the company to do is include an opt-out version as part of their proposal. And you would have to allow the company also to propose an alternative if it wished, but then the hearing examiner would have in front of them an opt-out proposal, and there would be notice to the company that the commission would be considering that. So yes, the commission could do.
Yeah, thank you, Russell, because frankly, EPE has had time of use rates in effect for 12 or 15 years. And they've never had more than 100 or 110 people signed up for them. They haven't been particularly favorable. They always had a risk that your bill could go higher because they kind of had this revenue neutral approach that the hearing examiner in the last rate case said, no, that defeats the whole purpose. I think that, I think we're at a stage where this has gone on for so long that it makes sense to ask for that kind of requirement in the next rate case, because all the evidence suggests they don't attempt to implement these programs in good faith.
Right.
And if that's the case, I do think it is appropriate in the next rate case to, order that an opt-out proposal be part of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Is there any further discussion on this matter by other commissioners?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, thank you. Clearly, this program is not working, and I'm sure that the previous orders, my guess is that, yes, there was a billing stuffer that was ordered, or either the public notice is published on El Paso Electric's website. My guess is that those are probably the two options that were offered. I don't necessarily agree with previous communication about El Paso Electric. shouldn't be tearing down El Paso Electric at the extent that we are doing. If El Paso Electric was in my district, I would work with them. I would assist them to develop ways to communicate different types of programs to consumers or ratepayers. That's what I would do, but it's not in my district, so I have to vote against any type of penalty because the climate change is something that we all we're being informed day to day how climate change is forming or how it's processing, and we can't penetrate New Mexico citizens to change overnight about climate change. That's not going to happen. Although across the world, climate change is being demonstrated in public places, and I think we should grow with utility companies. They are growing, and I believe that they are trying to educate their ratepayers the best way that they can. But it's all in the ratepayers that, even though you have public hearings and try to educate them, I think it has not been, in my mind, it has not been adopted fully. It's a slow process, and from the government perspective, they're pushing for certain percent by certain year, but the citizens they have not, they haven't adapted to the public crusade on climate change. So I would support El Paso Electric in any way possible to improve their communication skills. And I would travel to Las Cruces or anywhere in their vicinity to support them and say, there's different ways that you can have consumer related ratepayers appreciation, educational ratepayers program that can benefit them. I would be there. I certainly would be. And I have done that with the co-ops in my district. I have supported my different communities about what utility companies are doing. I have gone to conferences where I stated that we are not being paid attention enough. The CEOs of certain companies are not really supporting the communities. So now I'm seeing different grants going to different sources of utility business. So, Madam Chair, I think differently. I think of ways of supporting El Paso Electric, and in the long run, I think we should exit our commission status with a positive note. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And I would like to respond just to clarify my position, because maybe it wasn't clear to you. I don't like imposing penalties either. I think it's a last resort. And I totally agree with your philosophy of trying to help companies improve. And if there's some avenue like improving communication and that sort of thing, I think to the extent we can assist in that way, I think we should. And I actually think Vice Chair Maestas and his interest in looking at their marketing plan, and Commissioner Fishman wanting to do that too, I think is a step in that direction. And I don't oppose that at all. I think it's productive. But what I do feel frustrated about, and I'm frustrated that we can't just order them at this time, for example, to try a better tool than an opt-in plan. Opt-in plans are not a very effective tool. That's what they've tried this time. It's what they tried the last time. And it's not just them, it's nationwide. There's a body of knowledge that shows that opt-in is not nearly as effective as opt-out. So I'm frustrated that we can't do that today. But Commissioner Fisherman did come up with an avenue whereby we could at least have that be brought up in the next rate case. So that would be one thing that would help. But the only reason I mention a penalty now is because of the way the company took no action during the 14 months they had in which they were supposed to be carrying out this program until about 2 or 3 weeks before. And then they implemented some sort of program and generated some data. So I can't infer that they simply forgot or they were too busy. They'd been ordered to pursue this kind of program, and they just didn't do it. And when I put that together with my knowledge of their past effort to do another opt-in program years ago, I think it was 2017 or so, and that didn't bear fruit either. I mean, it looked very much to me like the company is just dragging their feet, as Commissioner Fishman said, and our tools are limited in order to get their attention and move them on. But I mean, if it had just been, if this 14-month delay hadn't occurred, I'd be agreeing with you. But it did occur, and they make no explanation of what took them so long to get started. So that was why I take this position, just so you understand. I know we're coming from different points. I'm not going to try to, alter your thinking. I respect it, but I just want you to understand. I mentioned penalties reluctantly, but I don't see a good way to get the company to move forward. I think two things should happen. I think there should be some sort of accounting by way of a penalty for them delaying so long without communicating to us about it. And then I also agree with Vice Chair Maestas' desire to have them produce all the information about their marketing plan. And I also agree with Commissioner Fishman's desire to put in this order that an opt-out plan should be considered in the next rate case. So that's how I would package the whole thing. Any further comments from any commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
So I agree with your suggested course of action. And so Russell, is it possible for us to include in this order an opt-out proposal in the next rate case?
Commissioner Fisherman, yes, absolutely. We can include in this order a requirement that they include that in their next rate case filing.
So that might be a separate amendment to consider for the commission to vote on. but I would certainly propose that as an amendment separately from what Commissioner Maestas suggested, so that we could vote on them separately. And I'm not quite sure where in the order you would recommend putting that.
I could easily add, if the commission would prefer that I bring this order back, it would be in 2 weeks to see the language. I can do that. But these recommendations, these amendments, I understand them. They're actually pretty simple, and I could easily, include a brief discussion in the findings of the commission finding that these things are needed and briefly why, and then just add them to the ordering paragraphs, including an opt-out proposal, requesting information about how they actually reached out to, how and when, what manner, and the actual language with which they reached out to customers about the TOD option, saying that recovery of the shortfall up to August 23rd of any shortfall has been waived. And then one thing I would recommend that the commission do here or consider doing is setting the next set of deadlines, because if EP had if EP had complied, the commission would need to set the next set of deadlines for reporting on adoption and requesting a shortfall. I don't think the commission has to, since the commission is asking for them to file an opt-out proposal in their next rate case. I don't think the commission necessarily would want to include the third thing that was part of this deadline, which is recommendations for changes. The commission could, but what I'm saying is this was August 23rd was a deadline for those three things up to this point. And so I think the commission would want to set the next set of deadlines for, reporting on adoption during the whatever the length of the upcoming period is. We cannot say, the commission is not proposing, and I'm not recommending that the waiver extend beyond August 23rd. That is what they waived. At EPE arguably waived by failing any shortfall up to that point. But the commission could say, could give dates, or could simply say, well, we'll provide dates in the future as to the next reporting period for adoption, reporting on the adoption rates of the TOD rates, and also to request any future shortfall recovery. Does that make sense? I just think
Russell, I'm not clear on what you just said about the waiver. To what period of time would it apply? Could you just go over that again, please?
I'm just saying, Madam Chair, that the waiver, what could be considered waived, is only any shortfall they've experienced up to August 23rd, because that was the deadline was to recover any shortfall they had experienced up to that point. They could request that. And so they haven't waived anything, any future shortfall that they may have. And I was just saying the commission could go ahead and set new dates. They set dates in the future for the next period for which they could, the next deadline to request any shortfall from, August 24th until, whatever that date is. And also that could be the reporting period for, to see how well they do in getting people to adopt the time of day rates in the future. So you could set that for any period, a year or something like that. Or if the commission doesn't want to do that right now, the commission could simply say, we'll set those dates in the future order, just to let them know that will continue into the future.
So this Russell, so you're saying the time of day program that they've begun to implement will continue to operate. But
yes.
We can't, the waiver would stop at August 23rd.
Yes, because August 23rd was the deadline to request any shortfall that had occurred, that had actually occurred. So it would only be up to that date. And, I think the commission's intention was, of course, all along when it came in the rate case as well. In fact, it was stated in the rate case that, like with regard to reporting of adoption and such things, that in fact, with regard to this issue of whether it was enough time, the commission said, we're going to stick with what the hearing examiner has, the August 23rd deadline for reporting and for requesting a shortfall, et cetera, so that we can review this early, even though we don't have a full peak summer season. But we will set these additional dates in the future so that we will get more reporting about adoption and the effect of this. We will have that information, but we wanted this report on August 23rd, and we will want future report, and you can request any shortfall during that future period in the future. It will continue on, basically. But
I understand.
the stuff from the past has been waived. Any shortfall in the past.
Right. So let me ask you this, commissioners, if you'll indulge me. Russell, would there be could we craft a language so that if they chose to switch to an opt-out program during the course of the next time frame that we set for them to continue this program, that we would permit it? I mean, if we make it voluntary for them to, if they decide to switch to opt out, can we put some language into that effect?
That's an interesting question, because, as I said, if the commission ordered opt out, there would be a material change there would be a change to the substance of the order that's currently on appeal. Whereas
Right,
what
but
you're
if we
saying is,
don't-
what if it was just an option for EPE?
Yeah, make it permissive.
I think the commission could send that message that if EP would like to make that change, I think it's a nearly 100% chance that they would say they don't want to do it. And they would probably say, we can't do it while it's on appeal. They'd probably make that argument too. I think that's the response you'd get, but there'd be nothing wrong with the commission, saying that the commission would be open to a proposal by APE to do that. But they're going to say, no, that's piecemeal. We'll do it in the next rate case. No, we can't do that while the appeal is pending, because that would be changing the substance of the order. Even if the commission doesn't order it, it would be changing, what's actually in place. I think.
Yeah, I understand. They'll throw up arguments. I understand. I just wondered if there was any, internal inconsistency in the order to put language in. Or if
Just to say the commission would be open to an opt-out proposal earlier than the next rate case. I think we could absolutely say that.
Okay, that's all I'm asking for.
Okay.
Yeah. So, commissioners,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
I think we've pretty much talked about all the potential options for additional language in the draft order, and I don't think there's any disagreement. I think there's consensus on not imposing penalties. So,
well, I don't know. I haven't heard people say. I was the only one. I mentioned it, but I'd like your feedback on penalties.
well,
Chair?
let's talk process right now. I think that if maybe Russell, I'd rather not wait 2 weeks on this. I'd rather that we resolve it today. And I think there's sufficient feedback for additional language. And I'd suggest maybe if Russell can work on that and we can revisit this before the end of the meeting. Unless Russell is clear on the additional language that Commissioner Fishman and I would like to see in there. Or
Yes,
we can
I
vote
can
on each individual amendment.
I can summarize right now what has been added, and it could be done all as, if the commissioner wishes, it could be done all as one motion. And you can also correct me if I have something wrong. I do think the one thing the commission hasn't done is, as I said, set the next set of deadlines, which would be a good idea, or the next deadline for the reporting and the requesting any future shortfall. You could just set it a year from now or something like that. I think it'd be good to do that in this order because it makes sense here. This was just for everything about this deadline was just for that period. So there's going to be another period for reporting and shortfall and all of that kind of thing. So I would recommend you include the deadlines here, or we could simply say the commission will soon issue another order with deadlines, but that also might be inefficient since we could do it now.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
so EPE has said they can do a report in March. we don't need to waive this reporting deadline, and we can require their March report, and they'll have complete data on this summer. It'll be an awfully small sample size, but since they've said they can do that, I think I think it makes sense to just order that we get that March follow-up order, or excuse me, that March report, if that makes sense to the other commissioners.
Other commissioners, any comments there? Not hearing any. Well, I think there's nothing wrong with that idea. I think that's fine. What I'd like to understand, Vice Chair Maestas, is with respect to examining and Commissioner Fishman, with examining their marketing plan, do you contemplate like making suggestions for them to improve it, or just to understand what they are doing, or because we could do that sort of thing as well.
Both.
That's what you're looking at.
I'm looking at both. I'm Commissioner Maestas. What's your thought?
Yeah, I'd like to hear recommendations for improving the marketing plan. That's
There
what
you
I'd
go.
like to.
Fine. I would encourage you to read. Ask General Counsel to dig up the older case to understand what their marketing approach was at that time too. It's good to get all the information that you can about that. I'd like to get some feedback from other commissioners about the concept of imposing a penalty, and what if you're in favor of it at all, what amount?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I think if we take these other steps, I would prefer to avoid a penalty at this stage. I agree with you. Part of me goes, God, I'm frustrated and I'd like to do a penalty. But I think with what we're discussing, we're taking constructive steps to address the situation. And, I prefer to take the constructive steps here first before we start talking about a penalty, even though kind of emotionally, I get where you're coming from.
Well, it's not emotional on my part, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I'm not seeing any other. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Well, I will exercise my regulatory decision today, but my voice earlier in this discussion is to ease the tension. Everybody is struggling. Utility companies, Americans are struggling. High food prices. People are more concerned about getting health care and putting food on the table. They're not paying attention to their utility bills. They're not communicating with their utility companies. We are all in this together. So, Madam Chair, I will not support assessing penalties against the company. I would rather work with the company to find ways to fulfill their obligations, their regulatory obligations, and to understand them, allow communication. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Okay, well, Russell, would you put together then an order that captures? I don't. Obviously, we're not going to do a penalty. So, can you put together an order that captures the approach we're going to take today?
Madam Chair, I can definitely do that. And then the commission could address it again on the agenda later. Or I could go through my notes if that's sufficient. Just tell you what I have, because I think it's going to be pretty easy to express in an order. But we do have time. Of course, there's quite a bit of the meeting. It's going to be a long meeting today. I can do that and circulate it among the commissioners to actually see the language if the commission would prefer that. That's perfectly fine. Or I can just list what I plan to include and see if it's comprehensive. Either way is fine. I could, with such a long meeting, I can easily just do another proposed order and send it to you. Maybe that is the best way, since we have time for it.
Yeah, for you to put it together, a proposed order and bring it back. Is that what you're saying, Russell?
Yes, later
Yeah.
in the meeting, yes.
I don't think there's a big rush here, so unless other commissioners want to see an order issued today, I'm not hearing anybody pipe up. Yes, Commissioner
Yeah.
Fisher.
As the chair prefers.
No, I think it's fine to let Russell put it together correctly, and then we can deal with it in a couple of weeks.
Well, Madam Chair, I thought that we would be bringing it back at the end of this meeting.
Oh, is that what you said? I didn't hear that. Well,
That's I think what was
that's fine
proposed
too.
by Commissioner Fishman or Commissioner Maestas, which makes sense. I mean, this is going to be a long meeting. I'll have more than enough time to make these revisions to the order.
Oh, well, excellent. Well, fine. Thank you. That would be good. We'd get one more piece of work off our table. So that would be excellent. Thank you, Russell.
And just to add one thing I planned to add that wasn't expressly discussed with regard to the March 17th, 2023 reporting date. I would also include in the proposed order that would be the date for the next request. I mean, they didn't file one this time, but the next request for any shortfall, which should only be from the period of August 24th to that time. Because that part has not been waived. It would say that the portion up to August 23rd has been waived, and if you want to recover any for the next period, that should also be done by March 17th.
Okay. It's fine with me. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Russell. We'll move on to the next case. And that
Madam
is, oh, wait, we have to vote on. Yes. Yes. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Oh, yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask what your instruction will be. I think we have a long agenda today, and every item is very important. Perhaps maybe you can allow us a 30-minute lunch break, something for you to think about. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I agree. We should take a lunch break. It is a long agenda. But Russell, can you, so you're going to bring it back. We can vote on it when you bring it back, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll just circulate a new proposed order by email to the commissioners, and then, at the end of the meeting or sometime later in the meeting, the commission can bring this back up on the agenda.
Great.
And vote.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Well, I think we could go on to the next matter or two before I take a break. I'd like to hear from the commissioners. Would you like to proceed with a few more cases, or at least one more case, and see where we are? Right now it's just 11:30. That's what I think. I'm hearing no objection. So, all right. Let's do the next case, which is 21-00095-UT. It's in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company Incorporated's application for an expedited variance approving its plan for recovery of the gas costs related to the 2021 winter event. Judith Amer is going to present a potential initial order.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As you stated, this matter comes before you today on a previously applied for loan, and that was subject to a final order in in April of 2021. I can go through the background to that original application, which was gas company filed an application for a a short-term financing agreement in 2021 in the amount of 100 million, which ran for an 18-month term from March 25th, 2021 to September 23rd, 2022. And it was set at the floating LIBOR rate, which is London Interbank Offering Rate, plus 65 basis points. On June 15th, 2021, the commission did approve the plan and for that 2021 short-term loan. And as part of the final order stated in paragraph H, and I'll quote, NMGC shall investigate alternative commercial finance refinancing opportunities over the course of the term of the 100 million Scotiabank short-term loan and make an application to the commission for approval of refinancing that loan either no later than 45 days prior to the end of the current 18-month term of the $100 million Scotiabank short-term loan, or at the time the floating LIBOR interest rate being charged to NMGC under this loan increases by 50 basis points from the current 0.75 interest rate. And at this point in time, gas company did apply 45 days prior to the expiration of the 2021 term loan, and the interest rates did go above that benchmark that was set by the final order. On August 20, the application for approval of the refinancing is now filed by gas company, and it was filed on August 9th, 2022. Gas company requested an approval date of 30 days, although all parties agree that section 6266 does not apply to this proceeding, which are for loans with terms greater than 18 months, and this is a loan with a term of 18 months or less. For that reason, the 30-day limit is not required. Nevertheless, gas company needs a decision with sufficient time to be able to enter into this refinancing prior to the expiration of the 2020 loan, which, as I said, is on September 23rd. So on August 24th, 2022, the commission by single signature order required staff to file a response stating whether or not a public hearing was required. If not required, would it be recommended? What notice should be given? A written determination by staff supported by sworn written testimony, whether or not the application should be granted as filed. If not, what further documentation is needed? And then on August 29th, which was Monday, the Utility Division Staff Accounting Bureau Chief, Ms. Gabriela DeCino, filed a response stating many things, but the pertinent parts are: a hearing is not needed. Staff sees no reason to delay the refinancing of the term loan because the costs of the term loan have already been approved for recovery through gas company's PGAC by the commission's final order issued on June 15th, 2021. Staff stated there still is an outstanding balance to be collected in the amount of 65 million. The current loan is set to mature on September 23rd, 2022. The balance remaining on that loan is $80 million. So there is a need to refinance the balance. Gas company has been compliant with the final order in reporting to the commission within the 45-day period prior to the loan expiration. Gas company did include the possibility of issuing this proposed term loan for refinancing in its most recent annual informational filing for the period of April 30th, 2022. Staff testified that although gas company requested a hearing, it's not statutorily required due to the term of the loan being 18 months, as I stated. And because the conditions of the final order issued on June 15th, 2021 have been met, specifically paragraphs G, H, and I. Staff informed that gas company will not be collecting any additional money from the regulatory asset, which has a balance of around 65 million. Gas company is on track to collect the entirety of the balance of the authorized regulatory asset within the authorized 30 months. Staff testified that gas company intends to use the interest being charged on the new loan, which equates to a new benchmark, SOFR, plus 60 to 70 basis points. For that reason, staff recommended that the commission set the carrying cost of the loan to be 2.52% and plus the 60 to 70 basis points, which as the 2021 loan was allowed. Staff recommended the refinancing rate to be applied as the carrying cost with a cap of the cost at 3.7%. I provided two proposed orders. Based upon staff's recommendation, the commission, I believe, could approve the loan at this time. That being said, Commissioner Fishman would like to ask several questions to gas company, get responses, and then get staff to review the responses and state whether or not their original recommendation that I just described is changed. And gas company informed that it does not necessarily need a decision by September 9th, that if this was brought back after Commissioner Fishman was allowed to ask questions, get the responses, that September 14th meeting would be sufficient amount of time for them to enter into the refinance loan documents. So one order would be just to approve the loan as staff recommended without asking the questions. However, Commissioner Fishman proposes, and I would recommend, given the fact that we can bring this back on September 14th, that gas company answer the following questions and provide the following information. One would be, are the short-term financing costs charged to customers? Two, if not, why does the application contain a calculation of the additional cost of financing to customers? Three, please provide the commission with a calculation of the projected savings of the proposed variable financing versus the savings of a proposed fixed rate term loan. Four, please provide more detailed information on prepayment penalties on the fixed rate loan versus variable financing. Please explain the errata insofar as whether NM Gas Company is changing the number of passages in their proposal, or did gas company omit another correction. 6, a copy of the final loan agreement for staff review. 7, an explanation of what is included in the SOFR and why it is being used instead of the LOBR. And then that would be filed in a week from today, September 7th, and then on September 9th, staff would file a reply as that states either it accepts gas company's responses or objects, and if they object, state the reason why. And that would be filed on September 9th, and then it would come back for a final order on September 14th. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Judy. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions or comments to make? Yes, Commissioner
Chair.
Fishman.
I'm fairly confident this will move smoothly. I really felt like there were some holes in the record, and that this is just a case where I didn't want us to be getting too casual. And this is just a way to kind of plug the holes in the record and have a clear, have the clear data there to justify our final decision. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Anybody else have any questions of Commissioner Fishman or any other suggestions? Well, hearing none, I think we can vote. Judy, you want to present?
Well, how about this? I will move the second order with the additional, asking for the additional information.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it, I guess. So we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's take the roll call, Judy, on this is the second order, the one proposed with Commissioner Fishman's questions added.
Madam Chair, I can take the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, Russell, yes.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the second proposed order with the additional request for information is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Russell.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I was asleep there. Did he ask Commissioner Fishman?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the
Did
first.
you,
Commissioner Fishman was the first on the roll call.
yeah. So Russell, do you want to confirm how I voted?
I almost think it was more of a formality to ask how you voted on your own motion and your own proposal. You did vote yes.
Okay, so let's move on to the next case. It's 21-000159-UT. In the matter of an inquiry into New Mexico electric utility resource adequacy planning and impacts of global supply chain disruption. Hans Muller will be presenting a potential order for a workshop. Hans, would you like to present?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. As you may recall, during the last open meeting, Commissioner Fishman had expressed an interest in conducting a workshop for purposes of resource adequacy regarding the summer months of 2023 and 2024, mainly due in part to delays in alternative energy projects that were originally scheduled to be online for summer 2023, experiencing delays. During the course of last week's summer resource adequacy meeting, the proposed date of September 22nd was selected for the proposed workshop for this. This order would be sent to all electric companies on the service list for this matter in order to have a proactive approach to summer 2023 planning by the utilities. If you are wondering perhaps why I am designating it as a special meeting, that is because we thought that generally we would have participation of at least 3 commissioners during a part of that. So in order for us to properly house a quorum, our choices are pretty much limited to notice of potential quorum or just being able to have it within the confines of a special open meeting. With the general feeling that more than 2 commissioners would want to attend this workshop to hear the concerns about summer adequacy, we felt it was proper to just state it as being within a special open meeting for the 22nd. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Hans. I appreciate it. And thanks for that explanation. It is nice when all the commissioners can be present at something like this. It'd be so interesting. So let's see, commissioners, would you like to comment? Any questions? Commissioner or Vice Chair Maestas, did you have anything further you wanted to explain about this, or are you ready to make a motion?
Well, what I thought we needed to do was to explain the objective of this meeting, because, you know, we've been having internal meetings for the last 6 months regarding resource adequacy. And in our last meeting, we did kind of parse out, you know, what this special meeting or workshop would be meant to accomplish. And I think it's in the order, I guess. So maybe Hans, if you can just summarize the objective or the goals of this per the order.
Yeah, I did intend to provide, since this will be noticed out with the regular means of noticing out an open meeting or special meeting, I did intend to provide further detail on the notice. Let me just pull up real quick what was sent yesterday. This is still somewhat in draft format, but as a general overview, we wanted to provide during the course of the workshop, we wanted to provide a general overview, which would allow for commissioners to voice their individual concerns, utilities to overview their general challenges that they are facing, and any interveners or stakeholders are welcome to overview their concerns, since this would also be housed in an open meeting, and any public comments during an open meeting are of course open to anyone that wants to make a public comment regarding this topic. After that, we would allow utilities individual specific status to present their current solutions that they are being pursued, or solutions perhaps that are still available to them, allowing PNM, EPE, and SPS their own individual time slots to present those and be subject to any intervener questions or commissioner questions. Following that, if any other electric companies wanted to express concerns, they are more than welcome to do so. But that is the general topic areas that we are currently taking into mind for an agenda for that meeting.
Commissioner Maestas, is that sufficient explanation for you?
Yeah, no, it's consistent with what we discussed at the last interagency resource adequacy meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I would just like to say I applaud the idea of doing a workshop. Not only does it permit their commissioners to kind of be a part of the conversation, but it creates a place where all voices can be heard at the same time about the challenges we're facing and what possible avenues of solutions we can pursue. So I'm very glad. I think this is a very proactive thing to do, and I'm very pleased that we're going to be doing it, assuming we vote in favor of it today. So,
are there any concerns with the date? One of the matters we wanted to cover here is if that date works with everybody, and if so, do we have a quorum in order to house it in a special meeting? So
what's the time? What's the time again of that day on that day?
I believe we said 1:30.
1:30. I have no conflicts. I looked already. Other commissioners, can you check your calendars?
I'm good.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Hans, or Hans, can you please repeat the date?
This would be Thursday, September 22nd. So the day after the regular open meeting of September 21st. So it'd be on that Thursday.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there's a couple of things that I'd like to add.
Okay, please ask.
First, I would like to ask if it's appropriate to have our court reporter present for this special hearing, because I would like the public opinion and the entire workshop to be part of the record. Secondly, I would like to have this public hearing in the center of New Mexico, which will be in Albuquerque. And I expect a large turnout. So if staff can look at places where they can accommodate a large turnout. Those are my two recommendations, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. It's very thoughtful. Comments, anybody, or other suggestions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
Yeah, my only concern with this is I want to make sure that we're not duplicative, in this particular subject, because as I mentioned, we've, over the course of the last 6 months in our internal resource adequacy meetings, we've taken many actions, very robust actions. We've asked for revised 3137 filings. We've amended the compliance order to change the questions and make them germane to summer 2023 because of perceived lack of a reserve margin by at least one of the IOUs. We've asked for an IRP, any IRP amendments. And so I just want to make sure that we're not duplicative in everything that we've done so far. And then the other, I think, maybe pending question I would have is if the biweekly meetings on the adequacy of resources is not enough, then maybe we ought to reconsider continuing those biweekly meetings, because it takes a lot of staff time. I think it's been productive, but if this workshop is maybe sending a message that what we're doing right now is not sufficient, then I'd like to know. I don't want to have a meeting for the sense of having a meeting. So if the biweekly meetings are not enough, or if we're not doing a good enough job of updating the full commission on those biweekly meetings, please, I'd like to know now before we decide to continue those biweekly internal meetings.
Commissioner Fishman, I see Commissioner Fishman has a comment.
Yeah, I think the biweekly meetings have been generating a lot of really good information. I know in doing the public meeting, in my mind, it achieves some different things in the biweekly meeting. Number one, it's an issue that's certainly top of mind to a lot of the public, and it's a chance to cover it in a robust way that the public gets exposed to it much better than we do from a regular commission meeting. Second, I think it does get all the parties in one room together. I know they're having meetings now, but it kind of more formally pulls the stakeholders together. And for that reason, I feel that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's suggestion that we have a court reporter there is a good one. And it just makes it more official on the record and puts it on the record. The third thing that I want to achieve is I want to be sure that stakeholders, non-utility stakeholders, have an opportunity to directly express their concerns to the commission rather than just through the committee. Yeah, it's the way things are set up. It's always the utility kind of has the inside track to communicate on these issues. And I think this is just creates an opportunity for stakeholders to express their concerns. Finally, no secret, demand response is an area where I think we haven't seen much action on part of any of the utilities. And from what I've seen in the notes so far, I'm very concerned about that. And I think it's an opportunity for a lot of the stakeholders in the public to hear from them and see if I'm alone in my concerns or those are more broadly shared. So at any rate, for all those reasons, those are things that I would, and I think are good reasons to do this meeting that are kind of separate purposes from, I think, what are very productive meetings that are being held now.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other comments from anyone? Commissioner Byrd, any thoughts? I see a thumb up. Perfect. Okay. Well, my 2 cents is that a workshop is a great opportunity to get not only a lot of interested stakeholders educated, but to get their ideas for solutions. I mean, it's kind of a stark situation. Resource adequacy is a problem across the West and actually probably across the nation, but certainly across the West. So maybe the solutions are somewhat limited, but nevertheless, it's always good to create a forum where all the smart people who are looking at this problem and trying to solve it can come together if they want to and participate. And it's important to especially listen to stakeholders who are non-utilities, but knowledgeable in the field, because they're often some of the people who have the most creative ideas for solutions. So I think it's a very well taken step. I don't equate it with the commission bi-weekly meetings. So I do think it serves a broader, a larger purpose. And I think the meetings should continue within our agency as well. But having said that, we have the order before us. I'd like to entertain a motion if there's no more discussion. Oh, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to also alert our staff that we are about to approve a public meeting to be held somewhere in New Mexico. Our media relations contact, Patrick Rodriguez, if you're listening, be prepared to send out a press release prior to this event. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. So do I have a motion from anyone to move this order?
So do we need to do an amendment to accommodate Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's suggestions?
That's a good idea. Do you have is there any opposition to that? Vice Chair Maestas, do you want to include those terms that she mentioned of having it in Albuquerque, and what was the other provision?
Having a court reporter.
Having a court reporter.
With respect, Commissioner Fishman, I would prefer to review that with OGC. All of these details can actually be done during the notice period.
Okay,
Since it's a special meeting, the details of when, where, those are all part of the notice for an open meeting. And
Okay.
in regards to a court reporter, I do want to review some concerns with the Office of General Counsel regarding that. As you are aware, we have Mr. Boaz that does the meeting, the minutes for each meeting, and it is streamed on YouTube. I would tend to think that having a court reporter there might have the utilities feeling they are testifying. So there are some concerns that I want to have a chance to review with Office of General Counsel before we make that official.
Mhm.
So at this point, most of those can be handled in the notice once we notice the meeting.
thank you for pointing that out, Hans, that in terms of testifying, that's really an issue to consider and certainly makes me want to think it through more before we decide to do that. So thank you for raising that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. And Hans, and well, for everyone, actually, I would put in my 2 cents that the workshops that we've been conducting for the rulemakings have been videotaped, so one can always listen to them. I don't know if they're videotaped, but they're audio taped. So you can always listen to it and see what people say. And then if you want to have a transcript, you can have a transcript made. So, and I think, and they're all, stored somewhere accessible, in a Dropbox arrangement of some sort. So that could be what I think is also a viable alternative. I appreciate General Counsel's concern also about the court reporter issue. But so then, Hans, are you saying that what would be a better way to proceed would be to keep those 2 provisions in the notice, and then we just vote on the order as it's unamended?
Correct. I mean, this order is designed just to essentially put everyone on notice that we intend to hold this meeting on September 22nd.
Mhm.
And since I'm using the docket that we originally did for summer adequacy concerns, as I indicated, that'll go out to the service list. So it's really giving them a heads up that we intend to hold this meeting prior to the notice period. To get our intent out there to the utility companies.
Okay. All right. Well, then, do I hear a motion to move this order?
So moved.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? I'll second it. If nobody else, I will. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Russell, can you take the roll?
Madam Chair, you should call for discussion.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. We have discussed a lot, but is there further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. Russell, can you take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Madam-
the proposed order is approved unanimously.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Hans, thank you for the good work on this. And I just need to say, you look great, clean shaven. And, right now your nickname is Handsome Hans. And looks terrific if you want to keep the look. Just wanted to let you know.
The medication isn't giving me much of a choice right now, but thank you for the compliment.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
Yes, agreed. Okay, moving on. I think we can handle this next case, no problem, before lunch, unless everybody's really starving. This is case number 22-00188-UT in the matter of the application for a reliability determination for the Mora Line transmission project. Judith Amer is going to present a potential order for staff consultant.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today on the July 18th, 2022 application of the New Mexico Reliable Energy Transmission Authority, also known as RETA. They're seeking a reliability determination from the commission pursuant to section 62-16-4B8, which requires the commission to make such a reliability determination for the Mora Line transmission project. This matter had an initial order on July 27th, which requested staff to respond and state whether or not they needed an advisor to assist them, a third-party technical expert to assist them in making a reliability determination, because in previous commission cases where the commission has needed to do a reliability determination, there has been hired a third-party technical expert. On August 15th, 2022, staff filed its response in which staff recommended that the filed SIS, which is a system impact study, which was part of the application filed, but it was prepared by the developers, Lucky Corridor and RETA, that staff stated that they would like an independent outside of SIS to be able to be retained to review and verify whether the methodology, analysis, and conclusions reached in the SIS that was filed are reliable and sound in conformance with FERC, NERC, and WEC regulations. Staff stated that they were informed by RETA that Tom Gadosi, PE, was available to conduct the requisite review, and that staff believed that he should be able to complete the review in a reasonable amount of time, and that RETA was willing to pay for his services. For all these reasons, staff recommended that Mr. Tom Gadosi, PE, be retained for a third-party review. The proposed order in your packet would order RETA to retain Mr. Gadosi and to file a report similar to the report that he filed in another previous commission RETA case 19-00110, and that it would be filed as soon as practicable after RETA received it and was served on all the entities on the certificate of services. And then within 10 working days of service of the report, staff would evaluate the findings and conclusions of the report and issue a recommendation, including but not limited to whether to approve the application without a hearing, or whether to assign it to a hearing examiner to hold a public hearing if there are unresolved issues of fact, to issue a recommended decision. What, if any, further information is needed for staff to issue a recommendation? So that is the proposed order, to have RETA hire Mr. Tom Gadosi, PE, to conduct a third-party independent review of the SIS.
Thank you, Judy. That was very succinct and informative. Commissioners, are there any comments or questions of Judy? Going once?
I would move the order.
Okay, I've got a motion. How about a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Russell, can you take the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the proposed order is approved unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, Russell. So commissioners, I assume people are hungry and would like to break now for lunch, we could do one more case or we can break for lunch. What's your pleasure?
Break.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, we'll break for 30 minutes and we'll return, let's see, at, let's say 12:45. Thank you.
Yo, Jeff,
Yes, sir.
did you get a chance to see that note I sent you? Did that help you at all?
It did. Yes, thank you.
Do you want us to do some wordsmithing to kind of make it more clear that the IM is primarily for that one big RFP, not for a lot of little ones?
So good morning, good afternoon. We're going to resume the meeting. Are you guys needing to finish your conversation? Or?
I think it's good, Commissioner Fishman. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, sorry to be a little late. It's 12:48. I had to go and search around the house for my phones. But let's resume our meeting. This is our weekly open meeting. It's Wednesday, August 31st, 2022. It's 12:49 right now, and we'll resume the meeting. And we'll start with item number 11 on our agenda. It's case number 22-00085-UT in the matter of a commission rulemaking pursuant to NMSA 1978 62-8-12 applications to expand transportation electrification. And Russell Fisk will present a potential order issuing notice of proposed rulemaking.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the commission. This will be, I swear, the last order issuing NOPR that I will bring before the commission. I've had this is the third in the past, I think 5 or 6 weeks, but this is the last one for me. I can't promise that this is the last one from OGC, period. So I think the commission has been, awaiting this rulemaking, being aware that Commissioner Maestas' office and Christopher Hall especially, and Mary Jane Parks, we formed a team to hold a workshop. The commission issued an initial order opening this docket. Workshop was held. And you've also heard Mary Jane and Commissioner Maestas speak at open meetings about attending meetings and holding a summit with regard to transportation electrification efforts by other state agencies and other entities to try to coordinate whatever rule the commission would eventually adopt with those other entities, and being compliant, being in sync with the statewide efforts. So I'm going to be brief. I am familiar with the rule because I worked on revisions to it, but I will probably refer most substantive questions to Christopher Hall and Mary Jane Parks because they are more deeply familiar with the policies and the discussions behind the rule itself.
Madam Chair, Russell.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Given that statement from Mr. Fisk and the fact that Mr. Hall and Commissioner Maestas have not returned, maybe we go on to the next item.
Well, Commissioner Hall is here. Who are you talking about is not returned? Commissioner Pacenti Aguilar?
Oh, I thought he was referring to Christopher Hall.
I see.
I see Christopher is here now.
Byrd.
I think we have just gotten on. So we do have Christopher and Mary Jane. Christopher, you could tell us whether we should go ahead without Commissioner Maestas, Christopher, since you're his assistant.
Yeah.
You're muted, Christopher, just in case.
Oh, I see him. I don't know
Well,
that he's,
He's probably
his
talking to
computer-
Mr.
He's
Maestas
here.
right now.
his computer's still here. He may not actually be on. Cause,
oh.
and you
So
can
they-
call Commissioner Maestas, but I'd have to answer because his phones are here too.
I'll try Commissioner Maestas.
They're probably talking to each other right now. And
Yeah, they're probably discussing the fact that they're late because
They should be by now.
they went to grab a burrito together.
Well, I can at least describe a little bit, just a little bit of procedural stuff before we get to the substance. It'll be very quick. I didn't actually put it in the memo, the dates that have been set in this, the dates that would be set in this order. And especially we'll point out the public. Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just making sure that I can, join in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't include the memo, the actual dates. The dates are in the order, the proposed order itself. So let me just let you know those dates. This would be a rulemaking that would be completed by the end of this year. I think it's realistic because it's not an especially broad. I mean, there may be some controversies, but it's not a very broad rule in terms of going into major policymaking areas and any. I think in any way that's going to cause a lot of controversy or a lot of legal controversy. I think it's quite a conservative rule in the sense that in other words, I think it'll be a pretty easy, quick proceeding. I think it will be done by the end of the year. And let me just look at the dates. I at least want to let you know about the public hearing date, comment hearing date, in case any commissioners want to attend that, or if they would like me to change that. So the initial comments would be due no later than October 28th. Yes, that is far out, but we have to have 30 days between the date of publication in New Mexico Register and the first date on which any comments are due. And we're going to be making, I think, the September 13th or September 15th publication. And I put a little bit of extra time over and above 30 days because we also have to publish in 2 newspapers. But this will still be done by the end of the year. October 28th for initial written comments, November 10th for written response comments, then a public comment hearing on November 17th via Zoom, and a record closure date of November 21st. As you know, I usually don't include, I usually put the record closure date soon after, the comments and hearings are done because there really shouldn't be many more filings after that, especially I think what will be a relatively simple and uncontroversial rulemaking. So finished by November 21st, the record, and then it's close to the end of the year, but it'll be enough time to issue a final order adopting a rule by the end of the year, I believe, because this is, again, it's not community solar. It's not that horrendously complicated. It's a pretty modest rule, I think. When we talk about the substance, I think you'll see that if you haven't already reviewed it. So if you have any questions for me about the procedure, I'm open for questions. Otherwise, we can wait till we hear from Commissioner or Christopher Hall. And we could have heard from Mary Jane Parks. She is on, I believe, about the substance.
Let's see. Oh, Commissioner Maestas is now present. Commissioner Maestas, would you like to say anything about this proposed rule, or would you like to have Mary Jane proceed?
Let's let Mary Jane proceed. I do have a few remarks, but let's let her go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Mary Jane, would you like to proceed?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
And I will just make a brief statement that I'd like to read from the State of New Mexico planning for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure,
Mhm.
just to give you some context for the rule. Across the country, policymakers, regulators, state and local officials, and industry partners have developed plans that evaluate the investments and make decisions that will impact the future of transportation electrification. The move to electrified transportation introduces many new considerations and is more than a one-for-one switch from petroleum-based fuel to electricity. There are innovative, fast evolving technologies associated with this transition, and they necessitate a reevaluation of conventional infrastructure planning processes. Electrification will require not only the deployment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, but also electric grid infrastructure that supports charging, and there will be nuanced considerations of both that will be tangled in broader social and policy goals, including equitable access, affordability, and reliability, as well as other factors. And I read the statement because it's something that our New Mexico Department of Transportation, as well as the State Energy Office, and many of our sister agencies across New Mexico have looked at this particular plan. And the PRC has already adjudicated 3 transportation electrification plans. So we are at a point in New Mexico where we'll be receiving federal funding and state funding to begin implementing this electric charging infrastructure plan. And so the rule goes kind of hand in hand with those plans that have been adjudicated. And it's a simple kind of reporting plan, reporting rule. I think Commissioner Maestas has some comments to make as well about our endeavors here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mary Jane. So Commissioner Maestas, do you care to make any more comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. As you know, we started this over a year ago, and when the legislature passed the Community Solar Act and gave us an April 1st deadline to come up with that rule, we kind of put the rulemaking for transportation electrification to the side. But now that we're kind of done with community solar, we decided to restart the efforts on this rulemaking. And as many of you know out there, I mean, this is a really important step for the entire state, as transportation is the #2 source of carbon emissions, and state agencies and private entities are going to have to work hand in hand to transition New Mexico and its infrastructure toward a cleaner, running, more sustainable future. Under the bipartisan infrastructure law, as Mary Jane mentioned, the state is scheduled to receive $38 million over the next 5 years to complete the state's portion of the NEVI plan. And that's in addition to the $10 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds appropriated by the governor last year, in last year's special session for EV charging stations throughout the state. I'm especially excited about the New Mexico Department of Transportation submitting the first in the nation statewide plan to the federal government. It's my sincere hope that our state's rural electric cooperatives, which are exempted from the Transportation Electrification Act, and the state's tribal governments and pueblos will take advantage of these and other funding streams to work with state agencies and the 3 investor-owned public electric utilities to create a statewide infrastructure for transportation electrification that will be the model for the entire nation of not only the energy transition, but of the public-private partnerships necessary for this transition to work. So this is the beginning of a sea change in transportation behavior, not just in New Mexico, but across the country. And I do want to shout out to GridWorks for assisting us with having a statewide summit on transportation electrification. We're very fortunate to have Mary Jane on our staff to kind of be the lead. And I want to commend Russell and my assistant Christopher for drafting this proposed rule. We heard the stakeholders loud and clear that not to be too prescriptive, because this is a very dynamic, I think, issue and sector that's going to evolve rapidly over the next 3 to 5 years. And so we believe that this initial draft rule is consistent with the feedback that we received from the stakeholders. And of course, and this was through the pre-rulemaking stakeholder engagement process. But obviously, the stakeholders will have another bite at the apple after today's action. So with that, Madam Chair, I encourage my commissioners to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Maestas. Other commissioners, does anybody have any other comments they'd like to make? Commissioner Vicente Aguilar or Commissioner Byrd?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yes, Commissioner.
Yes, we were just updated about how they were able to get partnerships and creating communication. My question is, how are they informing the public? This type of process is inside circle at the state legislature, but is there any communication with the general public?
Mary Jane would like to answer that. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. The State of New Mexico Department of Transportation held a series of public engagement workshops in each one of the NMDOT's regions. So there's 6 regions in the state, and they held one in each region in April, May, June timeframe of this year to get public input on where the public would like to see electric car charging infrastructure. So, and there were a lot of issues that were expressed by the public, but I think the key one to note was by the NMDOT was that the public would like the Department of Transportation to fill in the gaps. So there are probably existing electric car recharging stations in urban areas. So in Roswell, in Las Cruces, in Albuquerque, in Santa Fe. But the driving public would like to have more confidence in between those stretches of the federal corridor. So I think that's the main feedback that DOT received from the public. There are many other issues, however. But thank you for your question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, does that satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Byrd, any comments there?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. All right, well, hearing no comments, I guess I would like to just put my 2 cents in, which is I applaud this rule being presented. I don't mind that we have one more rule at all, particularly because it's on this subject. And I want to thank the continued efforts of staff, especially Christopher Hall, Mary Jane Parks, and whoever else. I hope I'm not leaving out too many other people who I don't know might have been working on this, and certainly Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas in spearheading this. And I'm grateful you guys got it done. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to. Oh, wait a minute. Is this an order or yes? This is.
Yes.
This is a potential order issuing this NOPR. So I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, move to approve as presented.
Thank you, Vice Chair Byrd. Do I have a second? I think I see Steve Fishman indicating.
Second.
Second. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. I got a motion and a second. Any discussion, further discussion on this? Hearing none. Russell, can you take the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the proposed order is approved unanimously.
Thank you very much, Russell. Okay, we'll move on now to discussion and potential action items. Well, there's one item, the next item, item number 12, is a discussion and potential action items. The PRC fiscal year 24 appropriation request presented by Renata Puri-Gowan. So good afternoon, Renata. It's nice to see you.
Afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I come before you today. I know last week we did a summary and I showed you the roadmap to the FY24 budget request. There has been one change, and I did send out a new packet of the FY24 budget request yesterday. That change is adding $145,500 to personal service and employee benefits within the policy and regulation program. And that's based on information we received on the governor's office on the range of commissioner salaries moving forward. So those salaries were increased within the budget request to meet $190,000 annually. The range that we were giving was $180,000 to $200,000. So what you have in your packet that was provided is a total budget request of $14,437,200, which is an overall increase of 4.4% from the FY23 operating budget. That does include a general fund increase of $1,108,300, which is a 10% increase. But part of that is from a swap from other revenues from the pipeline safety fee fund to general fund, which I mentioned last week. So when you kind of account for that, the general fund increase is actually at a 5.5%. The increase in personal service employee benefit category is 6.5%. And then we have a slight decrease. It looks like a decrease, but we had $200,000 that had to move in a bar at the beginning of this year, really taking into account for that. We were actually at a slight increase of about $60,000 in contractual services. And then we have a flat budget in the 400 category, which is the other expenses category. And I'll stand for any questions. This is an action item brought before you on the FY24 budget request.
Commissioners, does anybody have any questions for Renata?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
So I suspect this change in proposed salaries for the incoming appointed commissioners is happening to attract, good candidates, but isn't it already in the middle of the selection process? And I'm wondering, how does this get communicated if this is still not memorialized? It's really in the form of a budget, request that really won't be determined until the session starts. And so with the commission taking office, how is this going to play out? Does SPO reclassify those positions with that revised salary range and they get paid on January 1 pending the appropriation approval? Or does the current budget can the current budget sustain that for 6 months until the next fiscal year? Can you just maybe walk us through how these salaries are going to be memorialized, and then how can it actually serve as it's intended, is to notify prospective applicants that, hey, your salary is going to be $190,000, you should apply?
Chair Hall and Commissioners, my understanding is that in the postings for the positions, the range is going to be in the postings for the positions, for the commissioner positions, of 180 to 200,000. I know that was the range that was provided by the governor's office for these new commissioner positions. I assume because these are going to be appointees by the governor, that whatever needs to happen on the SPO side of things will happen to support that range. As for the current year budget, you're correct. It does have an impact. Obviously, I am not budgeted at that rate, and even for half a year at that rate is more than we anticipated. There is potential, and I am monitoring the projections that we may need a supplemental for personal service and employee benefits. in fiscal year 23.
Well, how are these salaries normally set for members of the executive? Like, you know, well, I guess we're no longer going to be a constitutionally enabled commission after January 1. So does the legislature set the salaries? How is this going to work going forward after January 1?
You know, Chair Hall and commissioners, I really don't have an answer for that. But from my perspective for the agency, I don't want to leave us in a budget shortfall. And if that's what we're saying, the range, or we've been given the guidance that that's the range.
Yeah.
It's really important to me to not leave us in a situation where we have a budget shortfall on personal service employee benefits.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I have for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maestas. Other commissioners? Commissioner Byrd, any questions? No. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
No question.
Okay, so, well, this is a potential action item. I'll entertain a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 appropriation request. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Well, I have a motion. Do I have a second? I guess I'll second it. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Russell, will you take the call and the roll?
Madam Chair, would you ask for any
Commissioner,
additional discussion?
Oh,
Yes,
discussion, right, yeah.
Madam
Judy.
Chair,
Yes,
members of the
yes, Judy.
commission.
Yeah.
It's all dependent on the legislature's appropriations.
Mhm.
And as Renata, she kind of implied, we're going to request it because the governor's indicated that that's what she would like them to be paid.
Mhm.
If the legislature appropriates it, then we have the funds. If they don't appropriate it, then we're kind of in a pickle. And as she said, we'd have to request a special appropriation.
Thank you for explaining that, Judy. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Maestas.
I just, since Judy kind of chimed in, I've got it's not budgetary related, but it's a question no less about the incoming commissioners. Are they going to be legally seated to take official actions on January 1, given the time lag in the confirmation of their appointments?
Well,
Yeah.
Commissioner Maestas, we do not know whether or not the exact process that's going to be followed. So I think it would be premature to make any opinion on that. I know what the law says, appointed by the governor with consent of the Senate, and that may occur prior to January 1 or it may not.
So Madam Chair, I guess my question is, shouldn't perhaps the selection committee be made aware of it, and maybe even a legal opinion be requested of the Attorney General? That way, if there is a need for a special session, they'd make that determination with enough time before December 31st to perhaps confirm them before they take office.
Yes, I agree that they may need to have a special session, but I also believe they're aware of that. I had a conversation, I don't know, 6 months ago or something, drawing that particular item to the attention of the speaker who's on the nominating committee. And he was well aware of the possible problem. And he said, if necessary, they could have a special election. They could maybe appoint them interim. So he had several ideas in mind. So I think they're fully aware of it. Are you suggesting the commission inform them of their options?
Oh, no, I just think that there should be a a determination. It should be put to rest whether or not a special session is required to appoint them. But obviously that can happen before the election. So anyway, I just thought we'd achieve some level of certainty at this point, since we're already talking about potential revised salaries for the incoming appointed commissioners.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether the certainty is there or not. I mean, if the situation is what we're talking about here today, which is probably not fully informed, it doesn't seem very certain. But if you want to propose some action we should take, I mean, I'd sort of like to hear it, but I'm not. I do know they're aware of, at least the speaker is aware of the challenge of making sure the commissioners are officially seated by January 1, 23.
But Madam Chair,
yes.
it's our staff that's staffing the selection committee. And so that's why I'm bringing it up, because I think it's germane to the role that our staff is playing to assist the selection committee through the, the vetting process and the submission of recommended nominees for the governor to consider. Okay. So do you propose then that we point out the impact that it has on our approval of our budget? Do you want to craft something to propose, or have something drawn up by general counsel? We could do that. No, I think that this action would stand alone. I mean, I support the revised appropriation request, but I do think that this is a question, at least in my mind, that still has not been answered legally. Mm-hmm. And so I just want to make sure that, that if too much time elapses and it's determined that confirmation of these appointments needs to occur before January 1, then we should take actions or provide appropriate advice to the selection committee. Mm-hmm. I think that's a point well taken. It looks like Commissioner Fishman wants to say something. Is that correct? Oh, I see your light keep coming on. Okay. Well, duly noted. That's a good point. I think we should keep an eye on that. But right now, I just want to procure a vote today if we can. So, yes. I'll move to approve the amended PRC FY24 appropriation request. Okay, great. I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Madam Chair, did we already have a motion on the floor? I thought we did a motion.
Yeah,
You'll have to tell me.
I already had a motion, but I'll be a second. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we have motion and second. Russell, can you take the roll?
And you did ask for further discussion, so that'll count for this one too. Let's see here. Okay. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, the amended appropriation request is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Okay, moving on to item number 13. This is in the matter of a commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7.3 NMAC Integrated Resource Plans and Procurement Procedures. Commissioner Stephen Fishman wants to discuss and present amendments to Rule 17.7.3 NMAC entitled Integrated Resource Plans for Electric Utilities. And Commissioner Fishman.
Madam Chair, this is,
comments.
I had this here mostly as a placeholder, but I'll just make two comments and then we can move on to the next. One is, you'll recall Commissioner Byrd had some questions last week regarding the independent monitor. And what I clarified to him between the meetings is that the independent monitor is not generally for small procurements. It's only for the major RFP that occurs after the IRP plan is put together. And that the cost of that independent monitor, Arthur did some follow-up on that for me, is likely to be somewhere between 75 and 150K. And that would be on a, if you're doing a major procurement, they could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's the expense that you're incurring to have that protection in the process, which is fairly small compared to the typical size of a procurement that might occur, an RFP that might occur every 3 years. The language pretty much covers it, but we can sharpen that language a little bit to make it more clear. And so I just wanted to update the commission on that. The second comment I wanted to make was when I was writing a little note to Commissioner Byrd, it occurred to me that there's a very, maybe a more succinct way to express what the advantage of tying procurement in the RFP to the IRP is. And so I'll just quick share that. And as I was writing my note to Jeff, I realized that what happens is that when we have the IRP sitting on the shelf and a utility is submitting plans or doing RFPs that are not tied to the IRP, what's really happening is we've got an IRP, which is a plan for regulators sitting here at the commission, and the utilities acting on a different set of plans that they have inside their shop. And that when we ask procurement to be tied to the IRP, all that we're really doing is saying, listen, let's make sure that the plan you give to the commission is the same plan you have inside your own offices and that you're acting on. And that tying procurement to the IRP essentially requires the utilities to have the same plan before the commission that they have in their own offices and that they're acting on and issuing RFPs on. And to me, that seemed a kind of a very succinct way to point out why tying an RFP and procurement to the IRP plan is important. It means everybody's working from the same playbook, and we don't have a different playbook at the commission than they do at the utility. And that's really the core advantage of it. And along the way, that obviously prevents having surprise procurements come up in front of us and the commission being noticed at the last minute. So anyway, I just thought I would express that, and it's something folks can think about before we bring that rule to a vote next week. And just want to give folks a week to ponder that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I guess I would add there, I see a few more values in combining the two processes as well. I see that when you provide a schedule, it's more likely that utilities will follow it. I guess I can't say that based on at least one case today, but the idea is that since we're having to marshal compliance with the Energy Transition Act in this agency, we need to provide a context, a regulatory structure in which utilities can see that they need to operate. And that just means getting about the procurement in a timely way following approval of the IRP. And so I think it serves that purpose. I think it'll help avoid delays in initiation of a RFP, of a procurement process, and irregularities, as you mentioned, Commissioner Fishman. And then I think the transparency into the procurement process is going to work a good effect insofar as establishing or sustaining public trust in the procurement process, because I think that's been weakened in the past. And I think, I personally think utilities in general are trying to get their procurements done, as effectively as possible these days, and with a resource adequacy crisis in the West and so forth. But I think that, with respect to implementing their integrated resource plan, I think this will be a real, I think this will be a benefit to the utilities too, because they'll be able to, since they're being required to proceed in an orderly way with procurements following their plan, I think that'll work out probably better for them. It's just, just kind of pushes them to do the planning and the procurement in an orderly fashion. So anyhow, I'll stop there, but I'm glad you guys had a chance to communicate. And I appreciate you sharing that with the commission. Did you have further comments, Commissioner Fishman, or not? Okay.
No.
Okay, well, then we'll move on to item number 14. That's case number 22-00.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I had some questions.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't know anybody else had more to say on this. Go right ahead, Vice Chair Maestas.
Well, my concern, as you know, I've been a bit critical about modeling verification by the agency. And I was looking at some appropriate or relevant changes that involve modeling. Under the facilitated stakeholder process, or the IRP process, there is a provision here to allow access to the same modeling software to other that the utility uses, and it's to be made available to other stakeholders. So my question is, in the past, our agency really was not in a position to even replicate these model runs in IRP submittals. And so are we going to continue relying on stakeholders for modeling run verification? Because I see that on part G under the RFP, an entire passage has been removed. And it reads, this is on page 7, it's been stricken contemporaneously with actions in subsection F, the utilities shall share all bid information with the commission, utility division staff, and interveners, and provide or arrange for access to the same modeling software used by the utility for the purpose of permitting the commission, utility division staff, and interveners to conduct a reasonable number of runs of alternative resource portfolios on equal footing as the utility. So, I mean, as I recall, it was before my time when the replacement portfolio, as an example for San Juan Generating Station, was developed. The hearing examiners entertained and actually accepted recommendations of alternative resource portfolios made by other stakeholders. So have we changed that? Have we eliminated that option here in general?
Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, I think Art O'Donnell would like to address that answer. Would like to provide an answer.
Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Maestas, that particular provision was actually removed from that part of the process in order to emphasize the access to forecasting models in the stakeholder engagement part. as you understand the change to the rule, this would replace a very ineffective public input process before the utility files its IRP with the commission, with a facilitated stakeholder engagement. And in the process of that stakeholder engagement, the parties hopefully can reach agreement on the assumptions, the outputs of the model, and defining the statement of need and the action plan. Even if there's not complete agreement with it, the need for alternative portfolios in the evaluation portion, when the utilities put together their RFPs, is much lessened. Now, it doesn't mean that the commission could not, in a contested proceeding, right? If people can't reach an agreement, the utility files its IRP and statement of need. There would be a process, and at that time, the commission could allow for additional model access for the stakeholders. But what we're trying to do is to put that at the front of the process rather than have it become the entire protested case once it reaches the commission. Is that clear in
It
terms of
does.
our intent?
So I guess it makes me ask the next question is, well, why are we requiring further modeling at the RFP stage if we've done it up front, and if the action plan or if the procurements are meant to be consistent with the action plan, why do we need more modeling at the RFP stage?
It may be required if people just cannot agree, but I don't think that we're requiring it in all cases. I'll have to review the language, and your interpretation may be something that we missed.
That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Madam
thank
Chair?
you, Vice Chair Maestas. Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, and so for further clarification, and Arthur, please feel free to jump in if I've got it wrong. Is that there will be modeling done at the IRP stage, which is at one level of detail, and it's without information on specific bids. For the final submission for a CCN or purchase power agreement, people will need to be doing modeling on the specific resource, which will be more detailed. And that modeling should be available to, at least as we've done recently, should be available to all folks. So hopefully what we've got here is sharing of modeling at the IRP big picture planning stage, and then sharing of more detailed modeling when the specific resource is proposed and approved. So two different modeling processes, one more detailed, one more general, for two different purposes.
That was my understanding. So
Just to be sure, that's how I understand it. And Arthur, tell me if I've got it wrong.
No, that's not incorrect, Commissioner. And I think that you're right that they serve different purposes. And in the approval of a resource stage, the modeling would be much more limited to that particular resource, right? And what alternatives might be. And of course, the whole purpose of the changes to this process is to try and get those disagreements out of the way earlier rather than later, so that they don't bog down the system. We're hoping and will encourage all parties to act in good faith as they move along.
thank you, Arthur. Okay, does Vice Chair Maestas, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm gonna get with Arthur offline and talk about, kind of the preliminary modeling and then the action plan, and then and then what we expect at the RFP stage with respect to modeling.
Yeah, you raise a good question, and they're two extremely important points to the process. And my understanding, and I think Commissioner Fishman also agreed, that their modeling will be occurring in both places, and that's where there needs to be equal footing stakeholders with the utilities on access to the modeling software and so forth. So thank you for bringing that point up. I appreciate it. So unless there's further discussion, we'll move on to the next item. Okay, I don't hear any other discussion. So this is case number 22-00097-UT in the matter of applications for 2022 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 New Mexico Administrative Code. Eugene Evans is going to be making a presentation of the applicants to provide broadband service. Thank you, Eugene, for this, and welcome.
You're welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Maestas, and fellow commissioners. For the record, I would like to start that my name is Eugene Evans, and my position at the commission is the telecommunication engineer for the Utility Division Telecommunication Bureau, and as staff and as a special advisor to the commission on its yearly broadband fund program. Now, this afternoon, I would like to offer a presentation of my analysis of the substance of this year. Yes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I have a question.
Yes.
Eugene?
Yes, Commissioner.
How are the telecommunication companies notified about this presentation this afternoon? Are they notified that it's going to be on the agenda?
I can answer that question, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. The entire telecom list receives we use a telecom service list for this matter, which includes all telecom carriers. Now, there wasn't a specific notice for this presentation beyond that it was actually mailed out, sent out or emailed out to those telecom carriers, but they are all aware of the proceeding. One, they are aware that the rule requires staff to provide this presentation on or before September 1st. And of course, it's August 31st today. And the notice of the agenda and the notice of the open meeting, of course, indicate that the presentation will be given today. Plus, of course, they are, they may have an interest in listening in, but the commission wouldn't be hearing from them at this presentation. The commission would only be hearing from Eugene.
Okay, Russell, so you sent an email to everyone?
No, that's right. This is what I'm saying. There was no email sent to everyone on the telecom list for saying that the presentation will be today. What I'm saying is they've been served with like the initial order opening this yearly application cycle. They have been also in contact with Eugene when it comes to as he goes through the applications. But with regard to this specific date for this presentation, they are notified by the rule itself, because the rule requires that this presentation be made on or before September 1st. So I believe that's sufficient notice, particularly because we don't invite the applicants to speak at this presentation. Plus, I would also say this, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, Eugene has filed his presentation in the docket. So that has been served on all of this telecom service list, which includes all the applicants and all telecom and broadband telecom providers, which includes a lot of broadband providers in the state of New Mexico. So I think that is sufficient notice with regard. And again, the agenda is sufficient notice for like during a pending docket. We rarely notify parties directly when their matter will actually appear on the commission's agenda. It just, they have to look out for it on the agenda when it's posted.
Thank you very much, Russell. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're quite welcome, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. So, Eugene, now I believe you have the floor.
Okay. As I said this afternoon, I would like to offer my presentation of my analysis of the substance of this year's broadband fund application and applicants. But before I do that, I would like to go over a couple of things first, if I may. Now, each commissioner should have received a flash drive from me that contained every applicant's submission of information regarding their application for this year broadband fund. And you should also have received two spreadsheets under the title of 2022-23 Broadband Program Criteria Final. Now, those two spreadsheets should be used together to help make your collective decisions on the projects and applicants. I also would like to point out that there were some applicants that submitted more than the required 25% matching funds. And that information for review can also be located on the two spreadsheets I provided. So with that, I would like to state my presentation. Now I will try and monitor and slow down my rapid New York speech pattern as I go through this presentation with all the acronyms and the technical terms that you hear from it. So bear with me. I will do it as I can. According to the State Universal Service Fund rule and broadband program 17.11.10.31G, subset 3, staff is required on or before September the 1st to make a presentation to fulfill to the commission with an analysis of the application for awards. This presentation fulfills the staff requirements under the provision of 17.11.10.31 NMPRC. There are a total of 15 applicants this year with a combined total of 43 proposed projects. The total cost of these 43 projects is estimated as $39,875,400.84, with a total amount of monies requested in the broadband program of $30,990,022.81. The applicants combined will contribute matching funds in a total amount of $11,284,181. On December the 7th, just a little history, on December the 7th, 2017, the commission issued its final order in case number 17-00077-UT, which repealed and replaced the SRUSF rule with an amended version. Among the amendments to the SRUSF rule were amendments to the broadband program provisions under 17.11.10.31 NMAC. The amended SRUSF rule includes the following provision. On or before May 1st of each year, the commission shall open a proceeding and establish a 30-day window for following applications for broadband program support for the following calendar year. Whereas the commission staff or third-party contractors shall review all timely applications pursuant to 17.11.10.31G, subset 1, NMAC, for the purpose of administering the broadband program. The commission may find that a broadband program proposed project area in a rural area, notwithstanding the definition of rural area in subsection R of 17.11.10.7 NMAC, if it determines that, one, the area otherwise has the characteristics of a rural area. Two, the area is unserved or underserved by broadband. And three, the public interest requires that the area be classified as rural. The Commission on April 28, 2022 issued an opening order proceeding for filing and consideration of application for 2022 broadband program support to all interested eligible telecommunication carriers, or ETCs, in the state of New Mexico. On May 1st through May 31st, applicants respectively filed broadband funds applications to qualify for the 2022 broadband program support grant. And the staff of the Commission Telecommunication Bureau have reviewed all parties' information regarding their broadband funds applications for consideration of these grants. In this report, I will briefly explain and discuss the contents of the various projects proposed in the following order respectively, but not in a ranking order of any sort. It's just my order of my review. First applicant was Smith Bagley Incorporated, also does business as Cellular One of Northeast Arizona. Next, Ballard Telecommunication of Texas, LLC, also does business as Windstream Communication Southwest. Next, CenturyLink / Lumen. Next, Eastern New Mexico Rural Telephone Cooperative. Next, Baca Valley Telephone Company Incorporated. Sierra Communication Incorporated. Continental Divide Electric Cooperative. Tularosa Communication Incorporated. NTUA Wireless LLC. ComNet Wireless LLC. Also Internet Solution. Paso Valley Telephone Cooperative. Dell Telephone Cooperative, Inc. Roosevelt County Rural Telephone Cooperative, Inc. And finally, New Mexico Surf Incorporation. Now, first, the broadband fund application was structured to emphasize every applicant's proposed project in the most relevant detail and have applicants submit these details together in the form of attachments, such as the following. Attachment A, which lists all the address, total population, resident, business, the incorporated areas affected, and funds requested. Attachment B is project budget. Attachment C is network or system diagram and services. Attachment D is design plans and documentations. Attachment E is project plans, project implementation plans. Attachment F is operational plan, provider information. Attachment G is the area map and or the GIS shape files. Attachment H is a letter of support. Attachment I is the commitment from the community anchor institutions or public safety networks. And finally, attachment J is all additional information or information relevant to the project. Secondly, the staff utilized the available resources in regard to the New Mexico Department of Information Technology Interactive Web Broadband Map and Earth Data Analysis Center, which we refer to as EDAC, data respectively, to assist with the verification process of the applicant's submitted propagations, geomaps, and cartographic boundary shapefiles. Third, the staff maintained an open channel of communication with each applicant to ensure the accuracy of their submitted application. And in addition, staff constructed a digital spreadsheet to help emphasize for the commission the various project proposals and site locations for each applicant. This includes an interactive cost estimate tab to further assist the commission during this process. Now, this process allows staff to evaluate adhering to the compliance criteria established in 17.11.10.31 NMAC. Each proposal separately and construct a comprehensive report on every proposed project submitted by all the applicants. After reviewing all the information submitted to staff by the applicants, staff believes that the companies have satisfactorily answered all of staff inquiries, and all the project proposed submitted by the applicants are accepted for consideration to move forward through the selection process by the commission. And finally, this process allows staff to analyze each proposed separately and construct a comprehensive report on each of the applicants' proposed broadband projects that are eligible for the grant. It has allowed staff to evaluate the applicants in compliance with the criteria outlined in 1711.10.31 NMAC. Now, the applicants' information. They start with Smith Bagley, as I said, does business as Cellular One of East Arizona. Now, Smith Bagley proposed 10 projects that consist of 7 new tower builds and 3 fiber optic build-outs that will provide access to cellular voice services and or mobile 4G LTE broadband data services to customers that are currently unserved or underserved in an incorporated area of McKinley, Cibola, and San Juan counties, respectively. Smith Bagley Incorporated wireless network transport both voice and data traffic from each cell site or cellular tower back to their mobile switching center. And the mobile switching center houses core components to process voice calls, text messages, or multimedia messaging services, such as pictures, text, messaging, and data. Voice and text, 3G or 4G LAT technology that originate and terminate users within the Smith Bagley Incorporated network are routed and connected within the MSC, or the multi-messaging service. Switching center rather, voice and text originated or terminating outside of Smith Bagley. The new network is routed by the mobile switching center to interface with the public switch telephone network. Now, in this project, the existing 3G technology will continue to provide voice and text, data session or request 3G or 4G LTE technologies are transported from the cell site through the mobile switching center to the internet and back to the user. In addition to the cellular voice service key to the improved public safety and emergency service, mobile broadband 4G LTE, increasing the mobile data broadband speed to 25 megabits per second download and 3 megabits upload. The total proposed cost for the 10 new projects is $6,208,041. The amount of the grant fund requested is $4,569,146. And the amount of the matching funds is $1,638,895. Second, Valor Telecommunication of Texas, or does its business as Windstream Communication. Windstream proposed 3 projects that would expand its delivery of wireline broadband service to their Capitan 1, San Isidro, and Tierra Amarilla unserved or underserved exchange areas. Windstream will provide Ethernet service over their existing CO fiber connected
Madam Chair.
or fiber drops to their customer premise. The proposed project will support broadband internet access service of speeds of 1 gigabit per second down and 1 gigabit per second up symmetrically, and voice grade service to all households and businesses in these proposed project areas. Now, the total proposed cost of these 3 projects is $1,273,393. The amount of grant funds requested is $955,000, $318,345. The amount of matching funds is $318,349. Next, CenturyLink/Lumen. Now, CenturyLink proposed one project that would expand its infrastructure deployment of voice and broadband services to unserved and/or underserved rural area of its Socorro exchange. CenturyLink will be using a gigabyte passive optical network technology that will place fiber to each of the property line of the living unit. A fiber distribution hub equipped with 1x32 passive optical splitters will be strategically placed in each serving area. A mix of buried and aerial feeders fiber will be extended from the central office building to each fiber distribution hub. A mix of buried and aerial distribution fibers will be extended from each fiber distribution hub to the property lines of all homes within the designated area of the build. When the customer requests FTTP, which is fiber to the home service, a fiber service drop will be placed at the home and optical network terminal equipment will be installed. The central office will house a host digital terminal/optical line terminal bay that will provide the port required to feed the splitter placed in the fiber distribution hub location. The optical network terminal will have two 10 gigabits Ethernet uplink switches to the data network rather. The uplink are proactively monitored and can be augmented with additional 10 gigabit Ethernet switches based on the network utilization threshold triggers. Now, the total amount cost for the Socorro Exchange project is $2,056,390. The amount of the grant requested from our fund is $1,542,292.50. And the amount of matching funds is $514,097.50. Next, Eastern New Mexico Rural Telephone Cooperative.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, I don't know if we need the type of equipment and placement information that's on the chart. What we really need to know is the costs and for each project and what the requested amount is.
Commissioner Byrd, you made my job easier.
You're welcome, Mr.
I'm
Evans.
fine with that. Okay, well, like I said, the next applicant, the Eastern New Mexico Rural Telephone Cooperative. Now, I am going to say they have three projects in Clayton, in El Valley, and White Lake, New Mexico. Their total proposed cost for the projects is $926,121.12. The grant requested funds from the grant is $694,590.83, and their matching fund is $231,530.29. Next would be Baca Valley Telephone Co-op. They proposed two projects, one in Johnson Mesa and the other in Snyder Ranch. The total proposed cost for the two projects is $828,988.85. The amount of grant fund requested is $36,333.85. Excuse me. And the amount of matching funds is $212,652. Next will be Sierra Communication. They proposed three projects, one in Maxwell to Cimarron. The next will be Potato Mountain Road and Raton Tiger Drive. The total
Madam Chair and Eugene, would you like me to display staff's report on screen while Eugene is going through this?
You can, if you have it. I appreciate it, Han.
Let me go ahead and screen share that. I think that'll help everyone follow along with you, Eugene.
I appreciate that. I realize there's a lot of information here. I'm located at Continental Divide Electric Co-op.
I always print it out, Eugene, so I'm following you. Okay.
Come down a little bit because I need to propose the cost for Sierra Communication.
Sierra Communication?
Yes, just on the end portion of Sierra Communication,
Okay.
Page 6.
page 6. All right, where are you? Keep going down. Down.
Century. Academic Sierra.
Right.
Here we go.
You're right down a little bit more.
Yep.
Right there.
Yep.
Okay. As I said, the proposed cost for the 3 projects is $2,265,354.34. The amount of grant fund requested is $1,692,094.59. And the 25% matching or the matching fund is $573,259.75. And as you move down to Continental Divide Electric Co-op, Hans, I appreciate it. The total proposed cost for Tahajali Fiber project, which they only have one proposed project, is $7,886,820. And the amount of the grant requested is $5,915,115. And the matching funds is $1,971,705. And as you go down to Tularosa Communication, now Tularosa Communication proposed only 4 projects. It is Bent, Dugan, La Lusk Gate, and Sun Valley Water Sanitation. Now the total proposed cost for their project is $7,880,511.60. The grant fund requested is $5,361,949.74. And the amount of matching fund is $2,518,561.86. Next would be Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Wireless, or NTUAW. And they have proposed 2 projects, one in Newcomb, and the next will be in Hashashidi. Forgive me, Commissioner Vicentiaga. Navajo, their total proposed cost of the 2 projects is $977,895.98. The amount of grant fund requested is $733,421.98. And the amount of matching fund is $244,474. The next applicant is ComNet Wireless, LLC, and they propose 3 projects: Alicade, Chimayo, and Dixon. The proposed total of the 3 projects is $2,207,300.50. The amount of the grant fund requested is $1,655,475.38. And the amount of matching fund is $551,825.12. Next will be Also Internet Solution LLC, and Also Solutions proposed 2 projects: Pine Meadow Ranch and Rahan Community. Now, the proposed cost of the 2 projects is $3,757,809.45. The grant fund requested is $2,794,296.69. And the amount matched is $968,512.76. The next applicant is Penasco Valley Telephone Co-op. Now, Penasco Valley proposed 1 project, and that is Lincoln County. Now, their total proposed cost of this is $160,000 $7,700. And the grant they request is only $80,350. Matching is $80,350. The following is data is Dell Telephone Co-op. And Dell is proposing also one, and that is Queens, New Mexico. Now, the proposed cost of Queen last mile upgrade and expansion project is $608,000. The amount of grant requested is $456,000, and the amount of matching is $152,000. The next is Roosevelt County Rural Telephone Cooperative. And Roosevelt also just proposed one project in the Zadida West. And their total proposed cost for highway to Zadida West is $2,292,650. And the grant fund is $1,719,488. And the matching is $573,162. And finally, New Mexico Surf Incorporated, they proposed 6 projects: Cochiti Lake, Golden, Los Cerritos, Piqueco Canyon, Pecos, and San Ildefonso. The total proposed cost for all 6 projects is $2,939,227. The amount of grant fund requested is $2,204,420.25. And amount matching is $734,806.75. And with that, Commissioner, I will stand for any questions. Again, there is a lot of information that I have included on your flash drives for deliberation. There is also a package within a glossary. I have a lot of acronyms there, a lot of technical terms, but it is inside your flash drive to give you any definitions of any of that aspect. And of course, I'm always available individually or collectively to consult with if you have any questions concerning any one of these applications or applicants.
Thank you, Eugene. That was very comprehensive. I do have one short question. I noticed, let's see, there's a parenthetical after matching funds. Sometimes it just says 25%. Sometimes it's got a couple of asterisks. Does that mean it's more than 25%? I thought I saw somewhere that sometimes they say more than matching funds. Is that what that is?
Madam Chair, yes, that is on my spreadsheets that I have where you guys look at, you will notice that there is a column that indicated that there are companies that submitted more than the 25% requirement. And they will have asterisks. It's color coded. It would be 3 asterisks behind it. And there's also a column which indicated the digital inclusion and equity, as well as the educational aspect. So that's where the asterisks come from. If you look at the spreadsheet.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioners. Does anybody have any questions for Eugene?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, Vice Chair Maestas.
Just a general question about the process and the sequence. Why is it that we reconcile the balance of the broadband fund after we have the discussion on the project applications? Is that in our process, or is it just us not reconciling the actual balance of the broadband program fund?
Commissioner Maestas, I can answer that question. The broadband fund under the Rural Telecommunications Act, there's a minimum amount that the broadband program that has to be devoted to the broadband program every year. That was raised from $5 million to $8 million in 2021. The commission, for at least the past 2 or 3 years, has expressed its desire in its final orders and in the application cycles to award all of the applicants the amounts requested, because the applicants meet the commission's minimum standards. What the commission has run up against is the $30 million statutory cap on the size of the fund overall, the SRUSF, because the broadband program is within the fund. And so because there's only a minimum and the maximum is determined by the $30 million cap, the commission has for the past few years backed into the amount available for broadband program funding by first determining what the size of the other statutory obligations on the fund, which consists mostly of the access reduction support payments to the rural ILECs. And that requires gathering some information from the rural ILECs, as we do always in August or September. This year it'll be in September, because those are statutory requirements, statutory calculations that are those amounts, must be paid by the commission. And then basically whatever is left, the commission has always tried to pay out that full amount that's left because we're constrained by the $30 million cap. So we will begin gathering that information through opening a docket to determine the SRUSF fund size and surcharge. I'll do that at the next open meeting. That is timely. That's about the time we usually do it each year. Because the commission, under the commission's rule for broadband program, the broadband program within the SRUSF rule, October 15th is the commission's self-imposed deadline, from which the commission may vary if it needs more time to actually choose which projects will be funded. And at that time, the commission will know how much is left over after the other obligations of the fund are fulfilled. So for the past 2 or 3 years, the commission has backed into that number and then tried to spend as much of it as possible.
Madam Chair, Russell, so I thought that reconciled balance actually includes unspent funds from active projects that couldn't obligate the total award in the 3 years allotted. Do we ever have any reverted funds?
Yes, we have had, I believe, there have been a few projects. I don't know exactly how many. I can report on that to the commission, the actual amount. I believe that perhaps Eugene will recall, but I believe it was CenturyLink that filed a notice this year that it would not be able to go forward with some projects, and they hadn't collected any of the money left, money at that time. I'm sorry, they had no money had been dispersed to them yet for those projects anyway, but it does make more money available. The GV&W, our fund administrator, accounts for what's available in the particular award application cycle in a particular way, and it makes perfect sense. There are other ways it could be done, but it has been done this way and it makes sense, which is that because the commission makes a yearly decision on applications and has this $30 million cap, and because the applications are not finished within 1 year, but it's spread over 3 years, and they vary in the amount of time that they take. Some take 1 year, some takes 2, some take 3 years, and because that's not predictable, the disbursements from the fund, sometimes aren't requested as early as no, I wouldn't say as expected, but the commission has, the GV&W has to basically account for the fact that the disbursements are not predictable. So that has resulted in the past in sometimes having a very large buildup of money in the fund because the disbursements are coming later than expected, or the requests are. And so, that usually results in a decrease in the surcharge. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make this so complicated, but the way that the GV&W calculates what is available for in awards in any particular year is to back into the number as if the awards would all be paid out in the next year, even though they won't be. And the reason for that is that's the only way. That's the way it's been accounted for from the beginning, because that's the only number you would have in the first year is the amount of the awards, because you wouldn't have any previous projects for which disbursements were still going. And so even though it's not the number of what will be dispersed the next year, because we can't know that number. That's unpredictable. So that's why we take the $30 million minus other burdens on the fund that actually will be paid out over the course of the next year, because access reduction support payments are calculated in a predictable way and are paid out over the next year. Because of the 3-year period, we have to use a number that makes sense, and it's consistent with what's been done in every year since the beginning, which doesn't actually correspond to what the disbursements will be that next year, because the disbursements include old projects that some of which may have one more disbursement left, some of which may not be asking for a disbursement next year. So we use the amount of the awards, even though that will not be the amount of the disbursements next year, but it averages out over time. I think it may have confused everything there, but it's the consistent way to do it. So when we get a little bit more money back into the fund, because due to people relinquishing a project, company relinquishing a project, if it has a significant effect, usually GB&W will take that into account in recommending a lower per connection surcharge on the fund. In other words, not as much money has to be raised. I hope that makes sense.
Madam
Thanks.
Chair?
Commissioner Maestas?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Russell for the explanation. Maybe we have a lot of information here, but yet we don't have a total amount available under the broadband program. And I'd rather, have a focused discussion, having that number in hand. That would be my preference. And also when we're ready to make decisions, when we have an accurate balance of how much money we can obligate from the broadband fund, that we maybe take a quick look at the enabling order, the standing order regarding this process, to see if maybe we can make some amendments to ensure that we have a solid reconciliation of the broadband program before we approve projects by the self-imposed deadline of October 15th.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Maestas. I think one thing that Russell did say is that we've heretofore been just using the $30,000 statutory cap as the number we have to work with. Is that wrong, Russell?
Well, Madam
Yes.
Chair, it's 30 million. What I'm saying though is that between the date of the September 1st staff presentation of, by September 1st, staff presentation of all of the applications that have met minimum requirements, and October 15th, which is 45 days, the commission will be receiving the information it needs and GB&W will determine how much is left over. So by the time the commission gets to that deadline,
But left over from what?
after within the fund, under the $30 million cap, there's $30 million available in the fund every year, but there are other statutory obligations such as the payments to rural ILECs, and the commission will know.
Oh, that's right.
It should be well before October 15th. How much money will be available for broadband program funding. So the timing will work. It has worked for the past 2 years. Last year, there was a wrinkle because of the new legislation, because we also had to take into account Sacred Winds payments being brand new. Those will be taken into account this year too, but there won't have to be a hearing on it and a whole proceeding. We'll just have to collect a little information from them. So we will have the information on what's available well before the commission has to determine which projects will be funded. It's not available now. And the purpose of this presentation is really not even to consider prioritization, but to consider, absorb what different applications there are and projects there are. And soon you'll have the information you need with regard to how much is actually available in the fund. So you will have it in a timely manner for the October 15th deadline.
Thank you, Russell. But I understand what Commissioner Maestas is saying, given that we have to back out the other charges on the $30 million. Why are we listening to projects now when we don't know what we have to work with in terms of spending? Is that pretty much what you're saying, Commissioner Maestas?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do see what you're saying, Commissioner Madison and Commissioner Madam Chair. This process could be streamlined. I mean, I guess in our rule, since the broadband program has existed, there've always been 2 deadlines, at least a month apart, now 45 days apart. And the first was always just to hear about the applications and not even think about the eventual final order, the prioritization. But maybe that's a waste. Maybe the commission the commission has a lot more work. We all do at the commission right now. And maybe you would prefer just to change the rule and just have one meeting at which you listen to the applications or listen to the presentation and consider applications and do the prioritization all at once. I guess the idea in the rule is that some commissioners or all commissioners might have questions and might just want to sort of absorb and review all the information that Eugene's prepared about the projects in general, and then do the prioritization, then consider prioritization at a later time in a separate manner. But that could all be compressed into one meeting if the commission wanted to do that next year. Well, obviously not. Obviously next year will be a different commission. But
yeah, thank you, Russell.
I see what you mean. It could be a more compressed process given all the other things we have to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. And I thought I saw Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Fishman, I know you're muted now, but I thought I saw you indicating that you wanted to make a statement.
No, you covered it.
Okay, great.
If I may.
Yes, Eugene, yeah.
First of all, just to address what also to add on what Russell was stating, the reason why you are seeing this information up front a month or a little more than a month earlier, it's because it is a lot of information. We're not expecting, and throughout the years, it's not expecting for you to make a momentary decision at this point, because as Russell indicated, there are funds that is still need to be appropriated out of the actual universal service fund, and that would give you a balance. But at this point, I'm here to offer where the projects are and what kind of monies are being requested. And also with the spreadsheets that I created that is interactive will allow you guys to move it back and forth and collectively and together to see where you are and which kind of choices of the applicants and the projects that you would like to and want to fund. It's giving you time. It's giving you a little time before you actually have to make your decision. And I think a lot of time is better than no time. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I understand. I appreciate that, Eugene. Commissioner Fishman, we can still see you. Is that what you intended?
I'm baking bread. I thought you'd all want to see.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Rescue Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion going forward. In all the information that was sent to me, it didn't segregate the projects by unserved and underserved. And perhaps, Eugene, going forward, maybe if your short version of the report can list out the monetary totals of each project and indicate whether or not they're in unserved or underserved areas.
Well, Commissioner Myers says the spreadsheet that I sent yesterday, that spreadsheet does do that.
Yes, and if we could get that first, that would be great. But thank you for that. That helps immensely.
If I can, Madam Chair.
Yes.
To address that, Vice Chair Maestas, that was an oversight on my part. I apologize, because that is usually inside with the flash drive as well, because it is broken down to the point where you will see the funds and see the tallies of each other, and is tabulated downwards in order for you to do any calculations and just to determine and differentiate. So that's on my part, and I apologize on that, because that's normally would be in the flash drive as well. But that was sent later. Unfortunately, I had to, I corrected it and spent up most of the night in order to get it to you. So you had it separately, but you should have it now. But normally that should be, that it's in the same flash drive. So my apologies.
No worries, Eugene. Thank you for that. And then the last thing, Madam Chair, I noticed there are some narrative comments in the evaluation and in the spreadsheet. And apparently there was favorable comments for projects or applicants that exceeded the 25% match. However, our criteria does not address that, right? It doesn't enhance the standing or ranking, whether or not an applicant exceeds the match.
Madam Chair, if I can address that as well.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Eugene.
Vice Chair Maestas, that was just a suggestion of mine, mainly because I had several applicants that is willing and able to add more to the bottom line of the required 25%. And I thought it would be very helpful for you guys as the commissioners to see that value and see that aspect of other applicants is actually doing that. So that's the reason why I created the field for you. It's not, it's considered as a criteria. It's more of an informational aspect for you guys.
Well, thank you, Eugene. Actually, Commissioner Maestas, I'm glad you pointed that out. I saw other comments as well, like something having to do with community. They enjoyed community support or something. And I actually, I don't want to stray from our criteria personally, because, it just raises the question of whether we're being unduly influenced by certain phenomena that we should not be paying attention to be objective. Was that your concern, Commissioner Maestas? Is that why you're bringing that up, or did you have a different concern?
Yes, no, I just want to be clear that we're not changing the criteria, and
Right.
I appreciate staff maybe giving us some supplemental information as we start maybe coming up with our own ranking, but I just wanted to be clear that that is not a criteria.
Yeah.
Exceeding the match.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Vice Chair Maestas, no, it's not a formal change. It's just supplemental information. You're correct on that.
Yeah, maybe I would leave it out, frankly, because then there's no confusion in the minds of any commissioners what they're supposed to be making a decision on.
Let me just weigh in quickly on this issue. I just want to say that, the commission has consistently, for the past 2, maybe 3 years, I don't recall, prioritized projects serving unserved areas over projects serving underserved areas, but has, in both years made exceptions and excluded in each year one project in each year that was serving an unserved area that had extraordinarily high cost per customer. So the rule as amended in 2020 does not have any self-imposed mandatory criteria for the commission to consider. It mentions the unserved versus underserved criterion, but it doesn't make it something that the commission is imposing on itself as a rule, because the commission has already varied from it twice, which is perfectly reasonable. I mean, I just want to make this known. I think it's good to have some predictability, but I also think that when you get a new list each year, you inevitably have to balance based on the projects themselves, a number of important factors. And if you depart from, if you decide that there's a project on the underserved list that, is cheaper or some other way is better than a project on the unserved list, and you're constrained, it's perfectly reasonable to look at the list and say, I don't want to be completely bound by any particular set of criteria, because there are other considerations that can become more important based on the projects that are in front of you. that's just what that's all I wanted to add. That's why
Russell?
it's flexible on that.
Yeah, Russell, I came up with those criteria at the beginning because they seemed most statutorily connected. Underserved and unserved, obviously we had to address. And then the other time when we left out something that was very expensive, it had to do with cost effectiveness.
Yes.
And those are three criteria we have to pay attention to. I would not have strayed further into whether or not there's community support or, whether they're paying more money. Although that contributes to cost effectiveness, I suppose, but I'm not sure. While we did have to give ourselves some direction like that, I think to protect staff, I don't know that we want them to be coming up with other criteria to throw in the bucket.
And Madam Chair, I understand that. And I think the commission has been very consistent in applying, wanting to make sure those prioritization criteria are honored as much as possible. I just want to make it clear that the commission, I think under the statute, which doesn't apply any kind of impose any kind of criteria, you can consider other things. And I think when it comes to, I wouldn't call what's in the spreadsheet. I think Eugene used the word criteria. I wouldn't use the word criteria because it's really just information, because a criterion is something you use to decide what to do. And that's just information you could use as a criterion. They aren't criteria now. Just to clarify, I think it is an important point. And I do understand the commission generally has wanted to just apply those two standards, which is perfectly fine. I think they're very important as well. But you do have the option of, when you see the actual list of projects, considering some other things if you want to.
Yes, I understand. But also when something is put down in a document with no explanation, then it gives the impression to an outside viewer that it might be criteria. So we have to watch for that kind of, context.
Okay, I understand that. Yes, thanks, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Fishman, you wanted to say something? Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Eugene.
I can appreciate the position that you just stated. It wasn't the intent on trying to sway the commission on any aspect of your decision. I'm here to deliver as much information as I can to allow you guys to make the best decision for the commission. Yeah. And my thoughts on that was not to dilute the waters of your mindset about one company or the other. My thoughts was basically to allow you to understand the cooperation, to allow you to understand that some companies are willing to add more. Now that's sway your decisions. That's your decision. But if it doesn't, it's not a criteria as for you to do that. It's just giving you the information up hand to make an informed decision as a group, collectively or individually, to help you along with that. So that's my whole intent. So I hope you understand that.
I do. I mean, it's meaningful information, that's for sure. I just try to be conservative. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, actually, I appreciate having that information on the list. It's meaningful. To me, it's helpful. So, for what it's worth.
Okay.
If it is, I have to wrap this up. One last, Madam Chair, I have a typo I want to correct while I'm online with you, and that has to do with Roosevelt County Rural Telephone. There is a typo down there that is their proposed project as Highway 202 project. Need to strike that. It is Elita West. So whoever is listening to this presentation, I just want to correct that typo on my presentation. And it's not Highway 202 project. It is Elita West.
Okay, I've got that in the service territory. Is that the sentence you're talking about?
It's on the bottom where it's the proposed costs.
Oh, I see. Highway 202.
And that Elita West, man, that's where that is. Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
I won't get a call from Roosevelt County Rural Telephone saying that.
Okay,
You put something wrong. Thank you.
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, I'm done. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have any questions of Eugene while we've got him in front of us?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Steve. Commissioner.
I just wanted to thank Eugene. The charts are laid out very clearly and
Yeah.
easy to follow. And I really appreciate it. And I know since I first came on the commission, you just keep making it better and better. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
likewise.
Commissioner Fishman, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do my best. I go into my dungeon in 4 months, and that kind of, yeah, you don't realize how much information has been sent to me with all these companies, and they all know it is like, I'm a one-man band, but I'm getting good at it. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the spreadsheets. Thank you. Okay. I think we're done with this. I don't see the gentleman in Santa Fe late raising their hands, and I don't see Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's box lighting up either. So I guess we'll go on. All right. The next item is an undocketed matter. The title is Efforts by the Telecommunications Bureau staff to coordinate with Connect New Mexico Council and Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. And it's a presentation by Mike Ripperger. I think it was slides that he showed somewhere else, and they were very nice slides. Mike, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Chairwoman, Commissioners. I am attempting to screen share now. Is it working?
Yes.
Oh,
Got
great.
it.
Okay. So you should have received this PowerPoint presentation and 2 other documents. One was the latest Connect New Mexico Council presentation or a meeting agenda. And then there was another document which was available through the legislative website for the Science, Telecommunications, and Technology Commission. Latest meeting was a handout from the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. And I'm trying to expand something here. No, that's not working. Okay, anyway, so as long as you can see this, the format of the presentation is such that I'm going to go over the background of the Connect New Mexico Council, the background for the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, where both of them are currently in their activities, our historical interaction with those entities, a little background on what we just went over, which was our broadband program, another slide on what carriers consider when they apply to certain programs, and then finally, how does the activity of the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion affect us in our broadband program? So if you can bear with me here, a little background on the Connect New Mexico Council, House Bill 10, and just as a side note, both Senate Bill 93 and House Bill 10 are the subject of a rulemaking the commission has initiated to integrate these changes in House Bill 10 and Senate Bill 93. The commission has been actively moving forward with the statutory amendments. Anyway, I got a message here from Miguel. Okay, I don't know what that means, but anyway, so anyway, if you could see this, House Bill 10 created the Connect New Mexico Council, comprised of 15 members, including cabinet secretaries and agency directors, public members, with broadband programs, with broadband experience and 3 tribal representatives. The purpose of the Connect New Mexico Council is to coordinate state agency broadband programs and projects in accordance with the statewide broadband plan. And this is statutory language: evaluate and prioritize grant proposals and make awards to the Connect New Mexico Fund, establish rules for the Connect New Mexico Fund, develop a digital equity analysis and plan for incorporation into the statewide broadband plan to be developed by the New Mexico Department of Information Technology. As a note, the New Mexico Department of Technology includes the newly created Office of Broadband Access and Expansion created by Senate Bill 93. DO-IT is required to cooperate with and provide broadband information to the Connect New Mexico Council. DO-IT in coordination with the Connect New Mexico Council is to provide a report to interim legislative committees by October 1st annually on access and quality of service of broadband across the state. Importantly, House Bill 10 also modified our own state universal service fund statute, NMSA 6398602, to require the commission to submit applications for funding to the Connect New Mexico Council for prioritization and alignment with the statewide broadband plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion. And I will say that Senate Bill 93 does include definitions for digital equity and digital inclusion, but I would also say that the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion are still fleshing out what that means. The background of the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion: Senate Bill 93 created the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, which is administratively attached to DO-IT. The purpose of the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, and this also is statutory language, is to establish service quality standards for homes, businesses, and public institutions, create and maintain a state broadband map showing availability and quality of service on a county basis, create and maintain a repository for broadband data on a county basis, create and submit a 3-year broadband plan to the governor and legislature to be implemented and updated by January 1st each year. And finally, coordinate with state and local government broadband efforts. OBAE is to develop a statewide broadband plan in coordination with local governments, educational institutions, and state agencies who are to assist in the gathering of information for that purpose. So their curiosity about our program is rooted not just in their desire to effectively manage and execute their own broadband efforts. It's that they need to keep track of what we're doing here as far as information with our broadband program. So what has the Connect New Mexico Council been up to as of late? Let me see if I can share this agenda just real quick. Okay, all right. So this is the latest Connect New Mexico Council meeting agenda. And these are the different agenda items. Took place August 17th. It includes BEAD application, middle mile efforts, Office of Broadband updates, roles and responsibilities between the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, DO-IT, and the council, council responsibilities and working groups. They have a number of working groups active, and those include regional planning and community engagement, digital equity and inclusion group, mapping data and evaluation, tribal working group, and permits, rights of way, and pole attachments. And so in this slide here, for my PowerPoint presentation, I've repeated some of those, but you have an idea of the activities that they have been up to. And again, they meet monthly, the third Wednesday of the month. And if you want more detail as to all of their activities and the activities of the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion of the Department of Information Technology, You can go directly into the New Mexico Department of Information Technology website. This is the specific link to the Connect New Mexico Council activities here. What has the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion been up to? They are active. I sent you they have a very good presentation from the Science and Technology Telecommunications Committee meeting. Let me bring that up real quick. Okay, so this is it. You should have this. What they're doing is they're defining their goals and duties, which is the outgrowth of their legislation. And their goal is 100% connectivity in New Mexico. They're also defining digital equity. They're working on community and tribal outreach and GIS mapping. They are also trying to deal with how to deal with federal broadband funding available to Mexico over the next several years in the amount of, I guess, approximately $1 billion, which is hard to fathom. But it would explain the amount of effort that's going into the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. If you go to page 14 of the presentation to the Science, Technology, and Telecommunications Committee handout for OBAE, on page 14, you will see that they have somewhere in the range of 15 to 20 positions that are either adjunct to them or that they're hiring directly. So it's a huge effort, but it's a huge amount of money to try to figure out how to allocate and spend over the next several years. The OBAE has hired a director in early July. Other positions are being filled, advertised, or to be advertised. It also has timelines for the various federal funding in the handout. Again, I could show that to you, but if you have it, you can see it. And it's the timelines that are dictated by, for instance, NTIA. They work with states, but they have their deadlines for states to apply for funding and have projects ready under their own system. And importantly, New Mexico has had one of the best broadband maps, state broadband maps historically. They're still working on that. They have county level data, and they are doing a digital equity analysis. So in the presentation that I saw at the last Connect New Mexico Council meeting, they actually could go into a location and slice and dice all kinds of demographic information about the area where the address is at. And then that way they are starting to do their analysis of digital equity and digital inclusion, which we are not able to do. So what has been the PRC's and particularly staff's interaction with these entities, the CNMC, DO-IT, and OBAE? I would say that the PRC staff has had a working relationship with DO-IT for a long period of time. It started in 2002 with IT commission and project certification process that is still active. Eugene and I were recruited to participate in the formation of the first network, which was coordinated by DO-IT in 2017. Staff has collaborated and sought information from DO-IT to assist with customer complaints, identify areas of broadband deployment, and clarifications regarding the location of state universal service on broadband projects. Our rule, State Universal Service Fund Rule, Broadband Program section of the rule, NMAC 1711-1031 E14, requires companies when they submit projects to us for our own broadband program to submit that information simultaneously with DO-IT so that the information is shared in real time. Now, the history of our actual most recent meetings with DO-IT and OBAE and So I went back to my own calendar to look at when we met with them over the last couple of years. Starting February of 2021, they requested information on project proposals, dockets for the State Universal Service Fund, which contain staff reports and commission orders, and broadband project application information. We first met with them in 2021, and then we've probably met with them before that, but I just went back to 2021. In February 8th, we met a second time, and they brought Deloitte Consulting with them to ask us about our broadband program, and we answered whatever questions they have. They were very nice to work with. Not too many questions. I think they already had a pretty good look at what we do. And so I think that may have been on June 21st, 2021. We had a third meeting, May 12th, 2022, with Matt Schmidt and Do It to discuss the current State Universal Service Fund and any potential updates to State Universal Service Fund broadband program requirements. We had a fourth meeting on June 3rd, again, about the broadband program and requirements. We have another meeting scheduled on September 8th, 2022, which would have happened earlier, but we had a lot of scheduling conflicts. They just basically told us they wanted to talk to us about the broadband projects. And so we said, sure, we'll meet with you. General Counsel's office will be involved with that. Of course, Eugene, myself, and they'll have a number of their own folks. The members, I think vice chair of the Connect New Mexico Council has been CC'd on the emails. They're aware of the meeting as the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion and Do It are sort of adjunct to the Connect New Mexico Council. So that's our activity with them. So to quickly go over again, our own program, it's in its 5th year of implementation. It's funded anywhere between 4.6 or 8 million to 13.9 million annually, which represents 75% of project costs. In order to qualify for the program, you must be an eligible telecommunications carrier. And you need to, if you are not one, you will need to petition the commission to become one in order to access the fund. Now, the people who apply to the broadband program tend to be private companies, telephone and electric cooperatives. Sometimes it is the affiliates of electric cooperatives or telephone cooperatives as CLECs. Now the number of carriers seeking broadband program funding and the amount of funding requests have been in the upswing in recent years, which is a testament to the success of the program. Now, what carriers will tend to do when they want to build out to an area is they will look around at the different sources of funding. And they will apply to a program which suits their needs the best. And federal and state programs have different qualification requirements, application processes, compliance requirements, and benefits. So you have to decide what works for you as a specific type of entity. Different grant or loan programs may be more or less attractive to different types of broadband providers, or I put requesting entities because you could have a municipality, a tribe, public-private partnership, private company. If, for instance, you're a public-private partnership, it may be, you may not qualify as an ETC, or that may be a clumsy thing to do. So our program may not work, or you may go to a different federal fund. And now our fund going forward is going to start bumping into the $1 billion that Do It is going to be figuring out how to allocate and spend in the state. But depending on the type of entity will depend upon what you apply for. The good news about our program is it works well. And it seems to be, they've got it down. The companies understand how to apply and get the funds. I'm sorry about that. Okay, all right. Now, I know that we're doing the rulemaking. We haven't quite incorporated some of the sections of House Bill 10 and Senate Bill 93 into the rule. We have recommended certain modifications, but knowing it's statutory, we did put in, and Eugene wrote into the broadband program application itself for this year to explain how your project promotes digital inclusion and digital equity. And now I don't think we had any judgment on that. We just, since it was a statutory requirement and that these have to comport with the Connect New Mexico Council selection or prioritization of projects, we had them answer that question themselves. We told them, here's the statutory section, just state how it does it. But the OBAE and the CNMC are still working out what it means to have digital inclusion and digital equity. And it's a complicated question. The good news is that, and I'll get into this, this is my last slide, is that the way we have our program sort of feeds into that a bit. So how does our broadband program relate to the Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access and to the OBAE? In part, and this comes back to the statutory language, the CNMC is to coordinate state action agency broadband programs and projects in accordance with the statewide broadband plan. Do it in coordination with CNMC, provides a report to an interim legislative committee by October 1st annually on access to quality of service of broadband across the state. House Bill 10 also modified, and I went over this 639H 02 to require the commission to submit applications for funding to the CNMC for prioritization alignment with the statewide broadband plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion. So at least we've asked the carriers how their projects fit that description. I would say that our current requirement in the rule that unserved areas be prioritized over underserved area helps, because you are getting broadband to those most in need. In part, the purpose of the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, and these are only some of their duties that I've selected from the beginning: create and maintain a statewide broadband map showing availability and quality of service on a county basis, create and maintain a repository for broadband data on a county basis, coordinate with state and local government broadband efforts, and also develop a statewide broadband plan in coordination with local governments, educational institutions, and state agencies who are required to assist in the gathering information. And that's pretty much statutory. So, but this is nothing different than we haven't done all the time. Everything we have had, we have given to them when we discuss with them, and we will continue to do so. And they've had our mapping information, and they've been great to work with, I got to say. But we'll be meeting with them again on September 8th. So if the commission has any feedback about that meeting, of course, please let us know. In conclusion, the NMPRC can expect regular contact with the Connect New Mexico Council, and in particular, DO-IT and OBAE to gather information on NMRUS broadband projects for mapping and informational purposes, and for submission to the CNMC for prioritization and alignment with statewide broadband plan annually. How this will play out is a work in progress. They are still getting together an immense amount of logistics around figuring out how to spend all of the federal dollars. It's immense, but they need to know what we're doing, because of this language about prioritization, but also so that they don't double fund.
So they don't double what?
There's no double funding.
Funding.
Right.
Okay. So was that the end of it, Mike?
Yes.
So I have a couple of questions. I remember when the OBAE was just getting started, and we were concerned that our program would be subsumed into theirs. But from looking at your slides and listening to you, it doesn't sound like that's happening at all. They see themselves as kind of a central information repository with coordination duties. Is that pretty much how you see their value to us now, or?
Well, yeah, they have to know what we're doing. I think the key language for the state broadband program is this statutory language. Submit applications for funding to the CNMC for prioritization and alignment with the statewide broadband plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion. I mean, how do you read that? And do they just see what the commission has done as far as selection of projects and look and see whether or not it comports with their to make sure that it's consistent with their objectives for digital equity and digital inclusion, and saying, okay, it looks good? Or would they say, okay, it's not quite there? I don't know if they can do that right now, because they are just putting the pieces in place.
Oh, I see.
Define digital equity and digital inclusion, identify, put together the mapping to see which areas and are have certain characteristics, let's say poverty or number of children that are in school lunch program, whatever they do, and they say, well, this is an area where there's a real need for digital equity and digital inclusion. Does that comport with the commission's prioritization? Now, we don't have the data that they have, but they're still putting that together. And the Connect New Mexico Council has a working group on digital inclusion, and the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion is hiring someone specifically to go into that issue.
Good.
So I think it's a little early for them to be really, I would think, rendering judgment on which projects, slice and dice the projects and say, rearrange this and do that, or we're going to prioritize this and select that. I think that the fact that the commission tends to prioritize the unserved areas over underserved means that those that really need it the most are getting it. And generally speaking, it's usually the poor areas. But I don't know. This time last year, none of this was starting to be set up. Now this is starting to happen, and we are just at a point now where we've put the projects together. We have them allocated by unserved and underserved. We did ask the carriers to ask, hey, how does it comport with this statutorily? We haven't given them any guidance on how to interpret that. We just gave it to them to answer. And so I think it's something that, we can raise with them. I assuming they're going to raise it with us when we meet with them on the 8th. But I would render that. I would ask Russell. I would ask Russell. There's something. This is something the commission has to coordinate. Its staff is just working with them. I mean, advocacy staff, and I know we're advisory staff, but we really need to take guidance from the commission on how we're going to move forward and do this. We put it all together like a menu, and we present it to the commission, and the commission then selects. But this thing about, the Connect New Mexico Council is going to do this thing with prioritization and alignment with the statewide broadband plan. Well, that's something that would have to be discussed with the commission, and which is why we made sure that Russell was in the loop on this meeting that's going to happen on the 8th.
Wow. Can you go back? Oh, did you?
Madam Chair. No,
Sure,
go on. That's fine. I don't really have much to say, except that I will, in this, what's nice is that we have this 45-day period under the rule. I will be, along with the telecom staff, reaching out to the council and the OBE and saying, we're about to make our decisions. And we can, the prioritization of projects can also include, whatever you can tell us about, however what they need to help us fit within whatever their plans are. So it'll be done, more or less informally, though we'll document it in the record. But I think that will work, and that's all we can do, because they're, as Mike said, they're still getting set up.
Yeah, I hear you. Can we go back to slide 6 for a second? I just have one question there. I think it was this slide. Maybe it was the next one. Well, I don't know now, but it was maybe it was the one prior to 6. I don't know, but it had to do with, no, it wasn't that. It was pretty small print.
Was it the CNMC or OBAE slides?
No, but I'll tell you the concept. It was simply that you were meeting with them, and it was something about improving the program. And I thought, wait, which program are you talking about?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I was talking at this slide 6, you were correct. And it had to do with, they have to gather information about our program simply to know what we're doing and where. They have to put it in the map. They have to know where projects are being deployed. So that if they fund their own programs through the variety of programs that they have, either federal or they even have their own Connect New Mexico Council or Connect New Mexico Fund, they need to know that they are not funding an area that's already been funded for right. But what I was saying about the projects, they did do an analysis of how our program works. And I think they analyzed how effective it was. And they did ask us, about, making sure that there's safeguards and all that sort of stuff. And so I think whatever use they had in seeing how ours worked, they may have mapped some of that into theirs, but their program is kind of different. It has different requirements, different application requirements, qualification requirements, deployment, different type of entities can apply to it. So it's sort of a different animal, but I think that, and they had a few suggestions, but not too much about ours. I mean, I think that, it works. It's not perfect, but it works pretty good.
Yeah.
So,
well, great. Well, this is very interesting. Other commissioners, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions or comments for Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a question. This might go to Russell Fisk. Over the years, I've been very concerned about telecommunication companies receiving federal funds. And I would like to ask Russell if we can send a letter to Connect New Mexico Council and the Office of Broadband Access Application to see if they can create a department where they can track the federal funds to different tribes and different telecommunication companies, just as a background. And if they did indeed receive over $150,000 in federal funds within the last 10 years, but the spot or the community that they were concentrating on is still unserved and underserved, that raises the question. I would like to ask a tighter security on the federal funds and how the new Office of Broadband can approve their future broadband funds according to the information as a background that they have. Is that something that we can do, Russell?
Commissioner Santiago, I'm not sure what this letter would say. It sounds like it'd be outside of what the Connect New Mexico Council is responsible for. I mean, they're just getting set up since the 2021 legislation. They haven't, I don't know that they've made any, and the decision as to how federal infrastructure funding that's just coming in now is to be spent, I believe first goes to the legislature. That's separate from these issues. It may be coordinated, I mean, with CNMC, the Council, Connect New Mexico Council, and OBAE. You know, I think we'll be trying to coordinate their efforts with the spending of the federal infrastructure money, I would guess. But you know, they pre-exist under the 2020 legislation. They pre-existed the federal money, so they were dealing with creating statewide standards and statewide a statewide plan, which haven't been created yet. They're both still getting started. And they had no power. They didn't exist before 2021, and they had no power over any federal money that was coming into any telecom carriers in the past, which would have been not federal infrastructure money from the current bill. Obviously, it would have been, federal high cost money from the federal Connect America Fund, the high cost fund. So they wouldn't have had any involvement or responsibility for that. These entities didn't even exist at that time. So when it comes to spending of federal money, it's the federal government does have USAC, which is an accountability, the U.S. accountability. What is it? Universal Service Accountability. I don't know the C stands for it, but they audit spending from the federal high cost fund and also on the Lifeline fund. They're responsible for ensuring that money is spent from the federal high cost fund, and the Lifeline fund is spent on how as it should be. However, the state commissions, including this commission, also do a recertification of use of federal funds every year, even though they're federal funds, not the state funds, as per the Federal Telecommunications Act. But we don't do any independent auditing or investigation because we clearly don't have the staff. We never have. So those recertifications are based solely on on review of the federal filings made by those carriers that receive federal money, and any results of any auditing or investigation that's been done at the federal level. So when it comes to accountability for federal money, this commission has a role, but it's very, very limited. And when it comes to the Connect New Mexico Council and the OBAE, they really don't have any. They only existed since 2021. They had no role in how past monies have been spent from the high cost fund, federal high cost fund, Connect America Fund, and how the efforts are being made at the state government level to coordinate federal infrastructure dollars spending with those two entities. I'm not sure. I know that those efforts exist, but the money hasn't even been spent yet. So, that's a huge task. Plus, that federal infrastructure money has its own restrictions, its own criteria. So, and those weren't determined by the council or by OBAE. They were determined by by Congress and the Biden administration. So I don't think sending a letter like that to these would not be the people to send it to, because they didn't have responsibility for any. They have only existed since last year, and they wouldn't have any responsibility for past federal money spending. And so I don't think that's a good idea. They won't have anything to say, really.
Thank you.
Commissioner Byrd, do you have any comments or questions for Russell? Not for Russell, for Michael.
I do
Or
not.
both.
No, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Michael. Appreciate your diligence in all this. It just sounds like, I'm kind of surprised, but and I don't know why I should be, but I'm glad that we're able to be, helpful to the CNMC and keep up the good work. Sounds like they need our help. And
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and I just want to say two things. I think that the state, maybe they got going, I don't know, a little bit late, but they certainly caught up, and the creation of the CNMC and OBAE was timely. Those things, they are hitting the ground running, they are staffing, they are working this out. And, the responsibility of spending, $1 billion in broadband monies over 3 to 5 years is an immense responsibility, and it needs to be done correctly. And I think they're doing a good job of getting going on that. And so I commend them. Also, the second thing I want to say is that we will, of course, Russell is going to be involved in the conversation on September 8th. We will make sure that we communicate, our willingness to cooperate, and the fact that we are in the process now of looking at projects. How do they want to deal with that? And also, on a third note, I want to say that I have heard them discuss, this goes to the inquiry from Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, discuss accountability. So they are sort of on it, but we will mention it to them again about, in particular, it's not all the federal programs and the feds watching it through the NTIA or the FCC. It is also, the state has their own Connect New Mexico fund, which has about $100 million. And so, they need to have safeguards there, but I think they're aware of it and they're moving on it. So I want to thank everybody for working with us on this and the good work that Eugene's done on our own program.
Well, thanks very much. We'll let you go. Have a good weekend. And so that takes us to the next section, with a section in our agenda, which is communications with Chief of Staff. Mr. Probst, do you have anything?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I don't, other than to say thank you for your support and approval of our FY24 operating budget. We'll get the necessary signatures put on that and submitted to DFA and LLC tomorrow, if not today. But I do want to say thank you for that. And other than that, Madam Chair, I think you just alluded to it. Just a reminder that Monday is a holiday. I hope everybody has a safe holiday long weekend, but the office will be closed on Monday. And happy to discuss any other items you have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, communications with General Counsel. Russell, do you guys have anything you need to communicate?
Madam Chair, no, we don't, except I just want to remind Madam Chair and the Commission that we still have to address the revised proposed order for.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, good. So we can do that at the very end. I just want to remind you that.
Okay.
We have no communications.
Okay, great. Communications with commissioners.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yes, Hans.
I think you wanted me to remind you, or one of us to remind you, we don't have to do it today. I know it's been a very long meeting and afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at one point we did want to address open meetings for the remainder of the year, in terms of which meetings. We have obviously know that next week there is no open meeting, but the commission may want to consider bringing this up at another meeting of exactly setting the calendar for the rest of the year, including the holiday weeks that are coming up. And I think you just wanted me to remind you of that.
I think that's, I appreciate that. And I realize now we could probably just stick it on an agenda somewhere, the next agenda we have, so we can get about that to make sure that we're not, cutting our own nose off or something. So I can't think of a good analogy, but, compromising ourselves by declaring a week without a meeting when we might really need it. So maybe we can just put that on as a discussion item for the next agenda we have, and then we'll be sure and cover it while everybody's here.
I will do that. Thank you.
Okay, great. And Russell, I believe you emailed that order out.
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know. Did we finish communications with commissioners? I'm not sure. Or did you want to do it right now?
I don't know that we did. I don't think we did. Commissioners, do any of the remaining commissioners have anything they'd like to share in this part? I'm not hearing or seeing anything. All I would say is Commissioner Fishman and I went to Clovis last week to present before the commission, not the commission, the Water and Natural Resources Committee of the House. They had wanted someone from the PRC to come because they had a panel that was looking at transportation in New Mexico and how to make it streamlined and fair. So basically, we just discussed the rulemaking that we're proceeding with that would hopefully streamline procurements, and there were other comments I don't remember by now, unfortunately, but I think it went well. And they had a member, they had Fernando Martinez from RITA discussing things too, and he got a lot more questions than we did. So it was very interesting and educational. So just wanted to let you know, we thought it went well. So that's it for that. And so, yes, before we adjourn, we can take up the matter of this order. Russell, you want to walk us through the changes that you made?
Yes, and I'll just note for the record that we're calling back up docket number 20-00104 UT, which is misstated on the agenda as 20-00014 UT. The caption is correct, which is what is it in front of me? I think I should just reread it just to make sure everyone knows. In the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to advice notice number 268.
Hey, so Russell, excuse me for interrupting. Is it possible to screen share it somehow?
Yes, if I could have screen sharing capabilities. I don't know.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Russell.
Okay.
And just to confirm, you want the order that you just distributed, correct?
Yes. Thanks, Hans.
Okay, bring it up now.
Yeah, I've got it on my phone, but it'd be much easier to see on the screen share, and then everybody can see it.
Do you say, Hans, you're bringing it up, or are you okay? Thank you.
He just did.
Okay. So Hans, just scroll down to see the highlighting, and could you make it just a one-page view because it's kind of small with the 2 pages.
Sure.
I always do full screen width on my own computer because I can't, otherwise it's too small. 1 page to the whole width. Yeah. Okay.
It's not as big as I'm gonna get it, so.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's good. It's quite visible.
Okay, so obviously these are the highlighted areas of what I've added. So first in paragraph 23, it would add that as a deadline has already passed, the commission finds that EPE has waived any right to seek recovery of any time of day related shortfall for the period from the issuance of the final order through August 23rd, 2022, which was the deadline. I would go on to say that the commission notes that in the preliminary report on time of day rate adoption filed in a separate docket by EPE on August 23rd, EPE reports a surprisingly small number of customers opting into TOD rates, only 27 customers. The time of day rate design adopted in the final order ensures that a customer who opts into the TOD rates is in no danger of increasing her bill as a result. And if such a customer significantly shifts use from on-peak to off-peak hours, we'll see significant decreases. If customers have been adequately notified of the TOD option, the lack of any downside in opting in and the opportunities for significant savings, then the commission would anticipate a more substantial level of adoption. Thus, the commission requests detailed information concerning EPE's marketing and communication efforts concerning the TOD option as indicated in the ordering paragraphs below. When we get to the ordering paragraphs, we'll see the specificity of what we're asking for. The next paragraph, 25. Further, the commission finds that an opt-out TOD rate design would likely raise the level of participation significantly, and thus the commission orders EPE to include a proposal for an opt-out TOD rate design in EPE's next rate case. The commission would also consider such a proposal before EPE's next rate case, should EPE choose to apply for approval of such a proposal at an earlier time. Paragraph 26. Having found that EPE's petition should be denied, the commission does not extend the August 23rd, 2022 deadline to March 17th, 2023. The commission does, however, find that March 17th, 2023 is a reasonable date for the second deadline for reporting upon TOD adoption rates, and for EPE to file any request for recovery of any TOD related shortfall. Both the reporting period and the shortfall recovery period to be addressed on or before the March 17th, 2023 deadline is the period from August 24th, 2022 through March 17th, 2023. And then in the ordering paragraphs, after the statement that the petition has been denied or is denied, in B, this is where it gets specific about the what we're requesting and information. EPE is ordered to file in this docket on or before September 15th. I just came up with 2 weeks, 2022, copies of all communications, advertisements, bill stuffers, and marketing materials issued by EPE to its customers to notify them of the TOD rate option, as well as any marketing plan or plans adopted by EPE addressing the TOD rate option. On or before the same date, EPE shall file a written description of such efforts, just in case there are efforts that don't have documents related, as well as recommendations for making such outreach efforts more effective. Then C, let's say EPE shall include a proposal for an opt-out TOD rate design in EPE's next base rate case application finding. In the alternative, EPE may do a standalone. That says exactly what the finding says. It's identical to that, basically. It's just in the ordering paragraph. And then D, on or before March 17th, 2023, EPE shall file a report on TOD rate adoption covering the period from, as I said, August 24th to March. This one's also identical to what I've already stated as the finding above, that March 17th will be a deadline, not for an extended deadline of what they should have done on August 23rd, but a second deadline covering the period starting after that for both a request for any shortfall and for reporting on time of day adoption. So that's the same as what I read you in the findings. I think I covered everything.
Yes.
I'll take any questions or any further revisions.
It looks like you did cover everything. Commissioner Byrd or Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have any questions or comments on this?
Madam
No.
Chair, no questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And I think you said no also, didn't you, Commissioner Byrd?
Correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it looks good just the way it is. Russell, thank you for doing such a good job. I think it can go out. And unless we have any other comments.
Madam Chair, we need a vote because there was
you're right.
There was discussion of this, but there was never a vote.
All right. So commissioners, I need a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will move the order as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar provided a second, I think. So we got a motion and a second. Russell, can you take the roll?
Commissioner, Madam Chair, you should ask for any further discussion just as a formality.
Oh, yes. Do we have any further discussion? No.
Russell.
Okay.
All right, I'll take the roll. Madam Chair.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Bird, I can't hear you.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
He's absent.
not present. Okay.
No, he had to leave. He had a meeting.
Commissioner Vicente, I'm sorry. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
He also had to leave for an appointment.
Madam Chair, the revised proposed order is adopted with 3 commission votes, 2 commissioners absent, so it is approved.
Okay, thank you very much, Russell. My fellow commissioners, do either of you have anything further to add to our discussions today at all, or any other comments you want to make?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I know that we are approaching a holiday weekend, and our staff has been working very hard. Thank you very much, especially from the General Counsel's office. This was a long agenda, and you all fulfill your work today, and I'm very happy about that. And especially Russell, I think he needs to have an order for dinner taken to his house. So that's my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I appreciate it. It was a heavy agenda today, but we got a lot done. So I'm looking forward to the Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, I'll vote aye on that order too. Thank you very much, Mr. Vicente Aguilar. I feel the same way. This has been a long day. Everybody's worked really hard. It could have been a much longer agenda, but staff made it go. So thanks. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. Be safe on the roads, and we are adjourned.
See you, everybody.